The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is going on, everybody? This is R.P.L Enraged coming at you with another Saturday night hangout. Hope everybody's doing well, everybody's doing good. Been a long time coming, but as the song says, a change will come. Appreciate everybody that has came through and has been patient with me through these months. I finally figured out some things that I need to do as far as to make sure the channel is active. I know I have not been active, and to those who have been hanging in there with me, to those I sincerely apologize for the lack of content on this channel. I was I was pretty much in a transition period and trying to figure out like what I need to do as far as like my new schedule, because everything has changed. A lot of things have changed. Situation has changed. And so to all those that have been still rocking with me, I appreciate you guys for doing that. And starting actually tomorrow, I'm going to start putting almost daily content on this channel. And I'm going to start going back over the James Patterson, Freedom is Not Enough. I'm starting back reading that again. And I will try to get with BGS this week so we can do a recording on the Mohon conference. So that way he can put it out on his channel. And I'm going to start going through these books again. So that way we can get some more viable content. So for you guys can get all the information that you guys need, because I'm starting to see that this space needs that information. This space needs people with reasonable heads to combat this dumb shit that's going on. This pseudo content that's been being pushed out into the manosphere to where it's not really worth you guys' time. It's not. And that needs to change, and I'll make sure I make those changes. I'd be damned if I'm gonna let this space become irrelevant. because of the dumb shit that's been going around. Let me go ahead and do some little housekeeping real quick before I do my little preamble. What's up? I'm listening. Appreciate you. AB Media, what's up? Larvis, you said Jesus told me to listen to you. you dumb as hell, man. McDrama Bear, what's good, chat? Peace, what's good with you? Paul Wilson, send a like. Wish I could send more. Appreciate you, Mr. Wilson. Vince, appreciate you, sir. How you doing? Sheik Didi, what's going on? Dar. So what happened to that gaming stream video you made a while back? I took it down because I didn't know if you guys wanted to watch just a super late stream. I didn't see a lot of people watch it. I mean, but if Charles wants to be a man about it, he can get on today and we can play. But that's if Charles wants to be a man about it. So, we'll leave that up to Charles or to anybody else who wants to get these hands in Street Fighter 6. I'll just say that. Detroit 313, salutations, appreciate you. Dardar says, all good, we're all busy this summer. I'm working 10 to 12 hours, 6 days a week. Ugh. I know that what that is, man. I used to do that shit. I'm listening to yourself, what's up? I'm becoming more powerful than you possibly imagine. Yeah, the retardation is getting heavy as of late. Yes, it is, man. Yes, it is. I still say the Black Manosphere needs a gaming channel. I mean, that's what. See, the Coliseum is really for people to air out their grievances in a manner. Now, a lot of people like the mud fighting and all that shit. I really don't. Like, if you can't come up with a reasonable argument, then you just pretty much just pulling out hot air. I will let people come up, but they just can't come up with the dumb shit or try to troll this channel. And a lot of people want to troll this channel. Now, if you have a legitimate argument, then I will let you up. But if you just up here just to troll and the bullshit around and this, that, nerd, and just want to piss people off, then it's just kind of like, nah, bro. Just like with Sly City. Well, Sly. Whatever the fuck his name is. Sly. Super Sly. With Edward. He wanted to get at Edward. But I was like, if Edward doesn't want to talk to you, then there's nothing else for you to say. So are you here to talk about something else? And he didn't want to talk about anything else. So guess what? I bounced him because he just wants to talk shit. Okay, Eric doesn't want to talk to you on my platform. Eric doesn't want to acknowledge you, and so he just doesn't want a conversation. Okay, what else you have? Is that it? All right, bye. It's what it is, man. If you have nothing to talk about, then guess what? You don't need to be on the panel. If the people do not want to engage with you, then you probably shouldn't be on this panel. It is what it is. I do these shows so that way people can have a place where they can come through, they can talk, they can air out their differences, this, that, and the third. And we can laugh, we could joke, we could talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, whether it's gaming, current events, whatever. If you want to come up and challenge somebody in a video game, guess what? You can do that, whatever. This show is for you guys. It has always been for you guys. But I will not allow dumb shit to tear down the platform that I'm trying to build. That is basically what it is at this point. Like sometimes we just need a space where we can just chill and bond, and what better way is to bond and play video games? Yeah, we can. Hey, it is what it is. What's up, Edward? There is nothing for me to talk about Sly about. He just wants a clip where he calls me a bitch ass nigga and drag me into an argument. Yeah, pretty much. And that's what people do. That's what people do. What's up, Chaos Rain? I hear that. Way too people want me to get me for no fucking reason. Hey, you're a target, Ed. You're a target. I want to come up and challenge PK in the game of Tekken 3. That's if I don't know if PK is available, but if PK is available, he has the capabilities of challenging you. Guess what? Y'all can challenge each other. Now, if I had the ability to show it, then I can show it. That's up to PK. So with the current events that's going on right now, I want to talk about affirmative action for just a little bit. Now, Supreme Court got rid of the affirmative action going into colleges to where they're not going to look into race. Now, I haven't looked too far deep into it or have heard anybody talk about it. I think Art Nostalgia hit on his Tuesday night was talking about it, but I didn't really listen into it because I was at work. Is this the beginning and the end of civil rights? Possibly. They are going to chip at it, and this is just me. Excuse me. This is just me. I think because of this recent decline of white males in this country, you're going to start seeing a lot more civil rights that's trying to give other people a leg up, start to be chipped away so that way they can try to get their boys in line. Their boys, not ours, but theirs. And so this is just a test to see if it goes over well. I see people talking about it, but I don't see like this big upheaval of protests. So it's pretty much just like a done deal. There's nothing that's going to be changed about it. I think that you have a lot of people out here on the white and black side and every other race in between that these affirmative action needs to die. Even in this space, you got a lot of people to say that we don't need affirmative action anymore, which, you know, in my personal opinion, affirmative action is a good thing and a bad thing. And I'll just say this. It was a good thing because it helped black Americans, especially black men, get out of a certain strata that they were in within this country. What hurt us is that it included everybody else that did not have the same struggle that we had within this country. And it also put us, because I was sitting there watching this one video on this black guy who knew how to do the job. I think he was mixing chemicals and stuff like that and knew how to put the CO2, the chemicals within the fire hydrant, stuff like that. And that was his job, supposed to mix chemicals, and they tested him. And he did everything right. And the guy said that he doesn't hire Negroes for this job. I just say that. He didn't say Negroes. He said the other N word. And so he became a janitor. And that was their affirmative action. And so this guy created his own business. Now, a lot of people say, see, he created his own business. But what you have to understand is that there's a lot of jobs that keep minorities around just so they can get that affirmative action money. And so with this being in place, as far as schools are concerned, you can best believe that you're going to see a lot less women and a lot less minorities being accepted in the schools. It's not going to be all at once. Trust and believe it's not going to be all at once, but you're going to start seeing a little growth here and there, because what we've been seeing is that a lot of young white men have not gone to college, and they're going to try to incentivize and making sure that these white men are starting to go into college because they need them to perform. And so with this being in place and they're not restricted on hiring minorities, guess what's going to happen? You're going to start seeing more and more white people getting in little by little until it's just like it's like sneaking in. It's like a snake going through the grass when it's high. You're not really going to see it all at once. You're not. You're going to see it little by little. And that's my assumption of what's going to happen. You're going to start saying like, yeah, you could do it, but we were going to get this guy over here because let's be honest. There's a lot of people that are in these higher positions, especially white guys, that will look at a black guy and a white guy that's applying for the same job, and they'll choose the white guy because that white guy reminds them of their son. He looks like me. And let's be honest with you. Let's be honest with ourselves. If we was in charge, we saw a black guy and a white guy, we would choose the black guy because that black guy looks like us. Let's stop the bullshit. They're gonna do exactly what we would done. That's why they were always afraid to give us power, for the simple fact that we would do to them what they did to us. It's inevitable. They are afraid of that. They've always been afraid of that. We were talking about that during the 80s on talk shows. Louis Farrakhan was saying the same damn thing. That's why I always tell you, try to forget the past. The past don't matter. This, that, and the third. And I'll be honest with you. A lot of your millennials are saying some of the same damn things. The past don't matter. Nothing. I think Mr. Z was saying this too. He's like, a lot of these young folks don't care what happened past 1980. They don't care. They don't care about civil rights and racism, where we came from, this, that, and the third. But guess what? This country does. Country don't forget. Country knows where it came from. And so that you got this affirmative action state going on. Like I said, BGS and his group, the boomers and the silent generation, they're about ready to retire. They're the ones that fought for this shit. Are we the ones that's going to give it up? I wonder. Are we going to give up on affirmative action? Are we going to give up on civil rights? Are we going to fight? Or are we going to fight for our own civil rights? And it looks like the answer is no. So as far as that's concerned, I hope everybody is comfortable what's going to happen. But let's be real here. Don't act like this shit can't be taken away from you. Don't act like shit is not going to go back to the way it was, or could go back to the way it was, or be a different form of the way it was. Because it could. If this country goes down the tube hard enough, it can go back. Because we were in good times, but now with the economy the way it is, and inflation and all that other stuff, and people need to get more money, it can't go back. And we are the most fragmented people in this country. We're the most fragmented people, so it's going to hurt us the hardest. If this country ever goes down that proverbial rabbit hole, it can want to hurt us the hardest. So we, as I'll just say, people is going to say, do we want to fight for this? Are we going to put our petty differences aside and actually work together as a people to survive? And if the answer is no, then tip your bottles to the air and hey, kiss it goodnight. As far as I'm concerned, shit is what it is. So that's my little preamble for affirmative action. I also want to talk about Umar Johnson, because people haven't really heard my say to it. Umar Johnson kissed my fucking ass. Umar Johnson could kiss my fucking ass with that shit that he said on the Daily Wrap Up Crew. Really can. To sit there and say that put everything onto the man when you know you live in a society that incentivizes women to break up their families. You are the most dumbest, ideological dumbass I've ever seen in my fucking life. Women are half of the equation of the relationships that men are dealing with, just like men are half the relationship equation that women deal with. If the women are incentivized to break up their families for government assistance so that way they don't have to be up under a man, that is not the man's fault. And we've proven, me and BGS both have proven, that most men sent their children into the city so that way they can have a better life. When it was with the housing projects. But the thing about it is they chose government assistance over having a man in the house because it allows them to have freedom. They didn't care. These women think that they can, a family structure is just them and the kids. A man is interchangeable, like a Lego block. He's just something to be put there. He's a placeholder. That's all you are, a placeholder. And so, with that being said, for him to sidestep that and put everything on the man when the woman played a pivotal role in making sure he was out of the house is dumbfounded. Even with the men in the house rule, that man had to be an incompetent man because he couldn't actually make money, or else they couldn't even live in the housing projects they had to. So that's why it was this whole, if he lived there, he couldn't do anything. So he was already a castrated man. You're castrated if you were living with her in a housing projects. That was the whole point of the man in the house rule. He could not be a functional man. So guess what these chicks were choosing? Non-functional men. I can have him in here or I can't have him in here. I have him in here to be a temporary boyfriend, and then when he pisses me off, I kick him out. Guess what that's going to cause? That's going to cause Pookies and Ray Rays. Pookies and Ray Rays have always been there, but it's going to cause an influx because it's going to make the men there seem that they're only there for under her roof. And when those men and men who are about their business, who don't follow that damn bullshit, that say, listen, either you own this shit or I'm out. Women don't like those men because they know they don't have to tolerate that. You know what those women can tolerate? They can tolerate a man that just sits on their ass and guess what? Plays PlayStation all day. Don't work. Because that man is easy to control. That's why they choose those guys. Because those men are easy to blame because they're not doing anything. And they know they're not doing anything. And so it gives them a chance to be like, okay, he's not doing anything. He's just here for sex. That's it. He's just here to fulfill my emotional and physical needs. And when I feel like bitching about something, I can go to my girlfriend and it's like, girl, he ain't doing shit. He ain't doing that. When there's plenty of guys out here, there are plenty of black men out here that are about that shit, doing that shit. But because he's the one paying all the fucking bills, she has to follow his lead. Because that man is like, listen, I'm paying the bills. You ain't doing nothing. You can at least clean up the house and put dinner on the fucking table when I come home. Because I'm taking care of you and or any bastard children you got going running around here. She don't want to follow that. She don't want to listen to that. A man on his purpose, they don't want that. They want Sympatrons. They want a different type of Transformer. They don't want no Autobot. They don't want no Decepticon. They want a Sympatron. A man that's not going to challenge their authority. This is why they always say, I will allow you to lead. That's like a evil spirit whispering in your ear, telling you to do something, and you do it. That's what that sounds like. That's like they sound like evil spirits influencing you to do something that they want you to do, but you really don't want to do, but you're influenced to do it. That's what that sounds like. So when brothers are living throughout their life, this is what I always want them to say. If that woman is not on your program, you need to let her go. You need to pack her shit up, put it in your car, and tell her and take her to whatever destination she needs to go to, and drop her ass off, and don't look back. Don't look back. Do not look back in that driver window and look at her sad face. He left me. You know what you need to do? Give her a middle finger in the fucking air and say, deuces, bitch. You are not on my program, so you do not belong anywhere near me. Driver side, rear view, whatever it is, whatever you use to look back at her, Sheik Diggy, whatever you use. I don't care if it's a little mirror that you use to brush your hair. Don't look back. Don't look back at all. Just give her the middle finger and say, deuces, bitch. She's not worth your time. So that's my little preamble. Yeah, about 30 minutes in. I'll go ahead and drop this link. I just wanted to do my two little things on that because those are the two most prevalent things to talk about. Like I said, when you guys come up here, this show is for you guys. We can have conversations. And like I've always said, on Saturday nights, do the Cash App thing. I will drop the Cash App real quick. Let's see. This is the Cash App, $Art5382. It's in the description. And that is the dollar sign. Like I said, a $1 is preferable to anyone who wants to donate. If you donate anything more, that is completely and utterly on you guys. But like I said, I appreciate everybody that's come through, and we are going to get this show started right now. What's going on, AEB Media?
Hey, what's going on, Art?
What's up with you?
Optimizing my Blender setup.
I have not yet used Blender yet. I have not used Blender yet. I heard it's real good, especially with the grease pencil when you want to make 2D work. But
yep, you can. It's 2D in a 3D space.
Yeah,
you can do all kind of crazy stuff with it, and plus the geometry nodes, which is like simulation based animation for 3D. It's kind of a Swiss Army knife to a certain degree.
Yeah, I've been actually getting into DaVinci Resolve and learning a node-based system in that.
Yeah.
And I'm getting into it, man. I did a couple of videos trying to figure out how to do certain things and just trying to learn how to composite stuff in that. And I've been on that kick for the past 2 weeks trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah. Did you get my cash yet?
Let's see. Let's see. Okay. All right. I got 5.
Okay.
Well, first I want to say to the Griff, appreciate you. He sent a cash app on June 19th. So appreciate you, the Griff. AB Media for support. Appreciate you. We got E. Johnson. Appreciate you. Julian, he says time and effort. Jay Butler, appreciate you. And Dardar, appreciate you for the cash apps. Thanks for all the support. What's up, neighbor?
What's going on, neighbor?
Hey, that's good. Oh, by the way, Stick Diggy, that's me, by the way. That's my YouTube.
Yeah, I know. I just said the name.
Yeah.
What you gonna say, Art? I mean, not Art. Damn, why I say my name? AB, what you got to say?
Like you said, fuck Umar Johnson. I said it when I first heard that video. I'm like, okay, I'm usually not crass like this, but fuck Umar Johnson. We ain't taking why do we need to take responsibility for what them efforts do?
They're the ones in control of the children. That's my whole thing. I've seen more women in control of children and destroy them than I see men. I've seen more men who had control of their children and they did better.
Candy Graham for Mongo.
Very funny. So. I wish.
I remember listening to that clip. There's a YouTube short of that exchange. What he doesn't mention, and being the only African in this bunch, is that if the roles were reversed, like when he talks about like ADOS women have to check their attitude if they're going to marry an African man. African women, on the other hand, if given the opportunity to marry an ADOS man, they'll jump on it and gladly bear his children, do this, that, and the third, and do what they need to do. It's not like the whole Umfunfu thing, because a lot of them are well aware of ADOS women's reputation.
Yeah.
They're not playing it. They ain't trying to hear it.
Oh, that's
why the ADOS women are probably going to take switch because they're talking shit about them.
You know, most Africans I see that come over here choose white women.
Yeah. Wait, men or women? African men or African women?
African men.
Or both. Okay.
Most of the time, if I see an African woman over here, they already have a husband. But African men that are single, they choose white women. They don't choose American women because they can't stand American black women.
That's true. I mean, I just gotta mention.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, take for example Jadena. If you guys remember Jadena, his mom's white, Irish American. His father's Nigerian, and mom's like Irish American. Who else? A couple other people I think of. You know, sons of African fathers, but of white American mothers. Oh yeah, Obama. I can't believe I almost forgot about that motherfucker. God damn it! Now I gotta pick up a new phone.
Yeah, most times when I see an African girl, she's with a European. I mean, straight from Europe. She's not with an American.
I've seen plenty of that up here.
Yeah, so they mostly choose Europeans. They don't choose American. I haven't really seen too many American whites. I've only seen one black woman choose an Asian guy, but it was the funniest shit ever. The funniest shit ever. She was a baby mother, and he was following behind her carrying 2 children. And I just looked at that shit. I just started laughing. It's like, because it looked so funny. It wasn't funny that he was dating her. It was so funny that he was like, he almost seemed like he was like a cleanup man. And she paid him. She pretty much, he's like, you take care of my kids while I go do something. And he's like, oh, come here, little people. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? He's like, it was like
It's
almost
a
like
visa trap.
It's like he was a butler.
It's a trap.
Wait, is this guy U.S. citizen? First of all,
I'm guessing he was a U.S. citizen.
if he wasn't, then it was. But then you know why he was doing it. I mean, African men up here, but they get involved with a European woman or with an American white woman. People are always going to say, he's just with you just to stay in the country, some shit like that. You never hear them say that about, but they will say that about African women sometimes. But the weird thing is, you don't hear they'll say it under their breath when it comes to like Caribbean women, though. That's because they're like, some of them are pretty exotic.
That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Funniest shit. Still remember this to this day. So you said not a lot of American people go to Africa anyway. That's true. Because Africa is expensive. Well, it can be expensive. It might have gone down since the last time I looked.
Depends on where you're going, first of all.
I remember one time I was looking at going to Nairobi, but it was expensive. So I was like, damn, it's going to be over $2,000. But then what you call came out here and told me about it. I was like, oh, I can afford that. So I know maybe it's gone down or something. I have no fucking idea. But I know one time when I was looking at it, it was going to cost me about $1,500 to take a round trip for 7 days. Yeah.
All right.
That was like 8 or 9 years ago, I think. No, longer than that. Almost 10 years ago. Yeah.
Well, Mr. R.P.L, you know that the prices of the shilling will fluctuate up and down as such. So you never know. Maybe it just got better, or it could have gotten more expensive. You have to do your research on that one.
Well, what you call came out here and was talking about it, and so I might have to look into
that. Zulu?
I can't remember. It wasn't Zulu. It was someone else. He was traveling to Africa, but yeah.
Only one I know is Zulu because he's in Uganda. But go ahead.
It was someone else who never really who don't really come up here. But he came up here one time and we're just talking about it. So I forgot what episode open live it was, but yeah, he said I could do it. So I just gotta bring a couple thousand. I can just if I'm willing to not live lavishly, but live comfortably. I could do it.
Yeah, I suggest you go with a group just to see what it's like.
I would have to take I would take at least 3 weeks off. Because I'll be honest with you, like I've already said, like once all my things are done here in America that I need to get done, as far as like making sure that I bury my father, because I want to be able to bury my father before I go, and take care of other stuff. I might be going to Africa and just live.
Wait a minute. Didn't your father pass on a long time ago?
No, my mother passed on. My dad's still alive, but I don't want to be in another country living there and have to go all the way come back. I want to go ahead and do the honorable thing and bury my parents.
Right.
And then go.
Okay, fair enough. How's your dad doing, by the way?
Doing better. He's done with the infection thing. He's doing good. I got to go down there and see him either this week or next week.
Okay.
So once I'm gonna go down there, I'll probably cook dinner for my whole entire family.
I'm sure he'll be grateful of it.
Nice.
Speaking of fatherly figures,
What's
Master
up,
Teacher.
BGS?
What's going on, BGS?
What's going on, y'all?
Double lightsabers ready.
I'm still mad that you got that goddamn beard. Shit, I can't grow a beard. See, now this is where I do best. Put a smile on left in his soul.
So how's it going, old man?
Oh man, I'm here. Every day is a blessing. Okay.
Yeah.
Every day above ground is a blessing.
Especially with these knuckleheads, trying to stress me. So, but it is what it is.
Hey,
Keep trying to stress you now.
Hey, keep spinning those plates.
Hey, I'm trying to knock them off one by one. I'm noticing they like to troll. They don't like to be trolled back.
Oh, trolls don't like to be trolled.
They can't take the smoke, huh?
They don't like the smoke, man. My last one was
hey, don't
Big
dish
J.
it. You can't take it.
Yeah, Big J Triple X. I came on here acting just like you would act. Well, you came on screaming on my platform and hollering, talking over people. Huh? Oh, that sounds like somebody that I know doing the same thing. But you don't like when it's on your panel, do you?
Oh, he did a panel about you.
Oh, he been, how people at you all the time.
Yeah.
And so it was him, it was Clarence, it was AM1, it was Truth as I Know It, right? So I started, okay, well, I started with Clarence backed off real quick. I said, put my name in your mouth one more time. And he hasn't done it since. And then AM1, I responded to him. He ain't done it since, right? Then I went after Truth as I Know It, okay? Now he'll talk shit inside the video.
I was listening to that video, like, what the hell? I'm on a machine too. I'm like, what the hell am I listening to?
Yeah, I know. And I told him I listened about 5 minutes of it and responded to it. I said, man, this is high garbage.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was like, this is
no, hot garbage. The hot garbage smells. Okay.
Yeah.
Hot garbage.
No.
You gotta say it like Aries Spears sometimes.
Garbage.
Hot garbage.
That garbage you be smelling when it's 120 degrees outside.
Oh yeah.
I told you these guys don't have no information. They don't have nothing about content. Their content is beefing. That's it.
Yeah, so I did it back. He said, he responded and said, BGS didn't talk about didn't respond to any of my talking points. I said, sound like somebody else I know, huh? You don't like it when somebody does it to you. You expect respect and dignity, but when like you chop up everybody else's videos and then cherry pick what you want to say about me, but I'm supposed to give you a fair hearing. No, not today.
No.
Well, BGS, when you think about it, given the age difference and everything, and the fact they cherry pick, when they
that's bullshit. I have 18-year-olds do better jobs, man. That's bullshit.
You learn how to make arguments in school. Stop.
Yeah. We ain't talking about 10-year-old kids. We're talking about 40-year-old men. They know better.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say, sir, is when you troll them back, you give them a taste of their own medicine. Only it's not grape flavored. It's giving them raw bucket. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say, sir.
Yeah, they all got quiet when May.
That's how old school you are.
Yeah, May tried to come on my, she talked shit on Edward's panel trying to get him into my chat, right? And I called her up, man. That's why I spent that hour and a half. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, she.
Yeah, and then she went over to Dr. Thunder. I was like, okay.
Trying to clean up her reputation. Well, no.
Talked about. I will leave. This space is not for me.
Yeah, well, yeah, you didn't.
It was never for you. What?
It was never for you, isn't it? But you want to put my name in your mouth and troll me. You and Sexy Red. I haven't gotten to her yet, but it'll come.
Okay.
We need healing from what?
If it was just me and it wasn't, I didn't have you guys and the doctors around me, man, I'd go and do score shirts. I wouldn't give a shit. That's it. I don't care. I wouldn't care not a damn thing about my reputation, man. I'm a pure Sigma. I don't give a shit. But the thing is, I know it's gonna blow back on y'all. So I try to be more surgical with it.
Man, that's a cool breeze for me. I love it.
And all my subs said, why do you respond to them? Why you respond to them? Why you waste your time on them? I'm tired of these motherfuckers, man.
Sometimes you just want to see the world burn.
Just like Pastor, man. That's been 2-3 hours with him. But at that end, you ain't got shit to say. You jumped off. You ain't had shit to say.
Oh boy.
So
All right, we got. You know who a cryptid wolf is?
I think so. I think I've heard of him. Yeah, I think he's been on before.
You
I
cryptid
think
wolf.
I think he's from the UK, if I'm not mistaken.
What's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Not much.
Yeah,
I
BGS.
just
I was
I just want to
on
ask you because
the other
I
day.
didn't
Oh, okay.
know who he was.
He's been on. I'm just there's a couple guys named Wolf, but I remember the name.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What you about to say, cryptid?
I don't know. Y'all cool, man.
No,
I'm
go
down in
ahead.
Florida, man. So I'm on the
No,
East
go ahead.
Coast.
You good?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so is Art. He's on the East Coast too.
Yeah, I'm East Coast.
What's up now? All right, man. I just subscribed to you, man. What's up.
No, I appreciate you.
Your thoughts on
What's
the your thoughts on the affirmative action, BGS?
Okay. This is something that I knew, and I just Adrian just posted some links. Shout out to Adrian. He's one of the best researchers
Yes, he is.
in the
Good Lord.
manosphere. Yeah, and he went to school for history, so he's a good researcher, right? And what I thought right after the affirmative action for the colleges happened, I knew it was going to happen. They're going to start doing it for hiring. Executive hiring has already started about affirmative action hiring, so it won't even trickle down. It's going to immediately jump to the workplace because they've been waiting on this shit.
Oh yeah.
They've been waiting on this shit a long time, actually. To stop the so-called affirmative action hiring of black people, especially. So it's gonna blow back real quick. It won't take very long, man, because these cats have been waiting on this a long time. I do mean a long time.
The old heads in here, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some of the new heads, some of the Gen X has been waiting on this shit.
Yeah, white women. So we have to see what kind of deal the white women cut with their man because they get most of the affirmative action. So I have to see what kind of deal they cut with the white man.
Yeah,
with their men.
It's gonna be interesting
because they're after it. The white women been after affirmative action, man, for the last 30 years.
Try to get rid of it.
Trying to get rid of it. Yeah, Becky got hers, man. So Keisha and Pookie gonna have to have problems, man. No, you can't get hired.
Well, you told us to buckle up.
Yeah, I told you. Well, okay. Hell, now you got to hang on because if you didn't buckle up, man, you're on that ride. So when you go, that ride, when you go downhill real quick, them feet gonna fly in there. You better hang on so you don't fly off.
Hey, if that belt don't fit, you need, make another hole with that knife.
It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You can't.
You better pray that motherfucker don't go upside down.
Oh yeah, well you should have been on that motherfucker in the first place. It's gonna go upside down because I wouldn't trust a white person at that button if it's me.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
all of a sudden, the seatbelt's just released.
You're right.
Jamal.
So is that going to be the Z's fight?
No, it's gonna go higher than that, man. It's gonna be Gen X on down.
No, I'm talking about you think the Z's are going to fight for put back affirmative action.
It's going to have to be everybody that's still working going to have to fight, but yeah, everybody's going to have to fight now. Well, in other words, Gen X they wanted to go hip hop and not go political, okay? Because they said it was bullshit. Okay, Gen X started that stuff, especially the younger Gen Xers, millennials and Z's. Now you got to go even down to the A's. Y'all gonna have to go scorched earth. You got to fight it. Got to fight it all over again. And it's gonna be much harder this time than it was last time.
Yeah,
because that's my question. Like, what are they gonna contain it at the college level, or are they gonna trickle it all the way down to the high?
No, man, it's going to business already. It's going to business already. What is it? Affirmative action in corporate America is about to be overturned. Hoorah!
And
this is coming from New York.
Damn, they didn't wait long at all. Only a couple days.
Hold on. Let me give you one. Okay, just all you Negroes in the back, you guys on the short bus. Okay, because y'all don't believe fat meat is greasy. Okay. Here's a little fat meat for ya. Okay, affirmative action ruling may upend hiring policies too. Okay.
Damn.
The Supreme Court decision on college admission could lead companies to alter their recruitment of promotion practices to preempt legal challenges. Okay, in other words, you used to be able to take them to court.
Yep,
that's what's gonna happen. You don't have to be afraid of that shit no more. It's not a legal matter anymore. So it's Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Negro wake up call is here.
Discrimination on the workforce is back in effect.
You know. Good
Oh
morning,
boy,
ladies
here
and
we
gentlemen.
go.
Boys and girls, Negro wake up call. Come on, get up, sleepyheads.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
So
I think
how
I
does
would do that in the morning.
what I'm saying? How does that work? Because you don't have enough skilled laborers, and so what you just trying to?
Oh, you
I
sure
don't.
you do.
Yeah,
They
you
call
do.
Mexicans. They
Yeah.
call Latinos. Okay.
Mhm.
Like I said,
Vamos, muchachos.
they're gonna hire you at the lesser jobs and give everything else to their colleagues. That's it.
So if you were
And
in a place like Philadelphia, or you're in a place like Los Angeles, New York, someplace like that that's unionized, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And this kind of affirmative action protects your rights as a black person in a union job, right? What happens when it's a slowdown, okay? And white men ain't got no jobs.
Uh-oh.
yeah,
What's going to happen to you? Because I know
Buckle up.
lots of people. Because I have the older brother, man. He grew up in Philly, and he was a brick mason. He used to complain about the unions in Philly. In fact, it was Forrest Windu, right? Electrician. Okay, part of the electricians union, complained, and then he just died, man. He was a young guy. He was in his he was Gen X. He was in his 30s, late 30s, right, with a wife and kids, right. Complained. He had to go private because he complained about the union jobs. Okay, he was out of Philly. Okay,
yeah.
so
All right.
so and the only thing protecting you is what?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Okay.
See, even this Supreme Court just reversed affirmative action. What that means to workplace
Well,
diversity.
university workplace, because it filters out, just like Me Too and all that kind of stuff, right? They have been waiting on this, including
Get
the white women.
guess what happened at Netflix?
What?
They got rid of the diversity officers.
Oh yeah. In other words, the ESG is no
And there were
longer in
two
effect.
black women.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that about it?
Take that, boss bitch. You know, the black pill in me is laughing my ass off, man. But I'm sorry for the
You
brothers.
warned us for years.
No, you warned us.
Art can tell you how many times I got shouted down, got called old nigga. This shit don't mean nothing, man. How many times? That's why DC said, "Why are you listening to a small minority?" I said, "I wish it was a small minority of people."
Yeah, well, because my thing is like from where I'm from, they didn't have affirmative action. So like, if you got hired,
Where you from?
Mississippi. So
Bullshit. They got affirmative action.
Yeah, they got
no,
affirmative action.
it was not. They may have it federal, but it wasn't like state enacted.
No.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No.
Because you
No, it's
because
not.
if you
Yes, it is. It's a federal law, man.
if you can prove that they fired you because you are black, you could have filed a federal lawsuit and a state lawsuit too against it too.
Okay, well, it's on paper, but trust me, it's not being enacted like that.
Yeah, it is.
So in other words, black men cannot get hired in Mississippi.
You can get hired, but if it's 30 people in the room and there's 30 positions open, then they'll hire one black person. Yeah.
So they'll hire one. Why do you think they hired that one black person?
But they're hiring.
No. I don't skip past that.
No.
Why do you think
I'm
they
asking-
hired the one?
I'm asking.
Why? No.
They're
Don't
hiring
stop.
the
Why do you think they hired the one black person?
because that's the only black person that's skilled right there.
No, it's not.
No, because of affirmative action.
Dakota.
I'm fucking 60 in my mid 60s, man. My parents grew up in that shit. Okay, don't tell me what goes on in the motherfucking South, because did you grow up in Jim Crow?
No, I didn't grow up in Jim Crow.
How old are you?
Almost 40.
Almost 40. You're basically a millennial, right? Okay,
Yeah.
You're my kid's age. Okay, you have no clue about that shit. Okay.
I remember this white guy at it, and he owns his business, and he deliberately said on the camera, this black guy's only here so that the way the government gets off my back.
Yeah. Okay. What? Okay.
Yeah.
That shit all filters down because federal money goes into the Mississippi coffers for all kind of programs, right? Okay. if all of a sudden all these white companies, I don't care if they're private, start firing or start not hiring black people or minorities, okay, the federal government's gonna start pulling back some of that money to Mississippi State until they jump on that shit. Okay.
Yep.
Mm,
So
okay.
you're telling me that that they just
Hey,
hiring
can you hear
black
me?
people. Yeah, go ahead, Jules. But
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to cut you off. Go
hold
ahead,
on. Let me
please.
finish, okay?
Uh,
So what you're trying to tell me in Mississippi,
yeah.
okay,
Mhm.
which I know because I got a whole bunch of people in Mississippi,
Mhm.
okay, nurses, doctors, all kind of shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
In
Mhm.
Mississippi, okay.
Some of them were on camera during the COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, you're telling me that they just hire these people because they're skilled and they can't find nobody else. Whereas
No,
before
I'm saying,
before
what
1970, they wouldn't hire none of them. So all of a sudden, Mississippi got the light. We can just hire skilled people.
no. What I'm saying is, it's like it's maybe like one or two that are higher here and there. It's not like I understand what you're saying. You're saying
Hmm.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying because of affirmative action, those are why the two are getting higher. I get that. What I am saying is that as far as in the workplace on a federal level, it like each state does that according to their discretion to a certain extent.
Administration.
Already,
So what you say? Well, okay, what you're telling me is there's a whole bunch of kick-ass black businesses that hire nothing but black people, and black people don't need to be hired by white people. So no black people work for white people at all.
no, not what I'm saying at
Uh,
all.
Okay, so what percentage of black people actually work for white people?
The majority.
The majority. Okay, so what we're saying is, so all black people are domestic cooks and basically laborers, or do you have people that are in white collar positions?
You have a mix.
You have people who have, so you have a mix. You have a bunch of people, white women, black men, and so forth in white collar positions, right?
Yeah.
So you don't know your history. Now, before 1970, how many of those black people would work in white collar positions in
Oh,
Mississippi?
very, very almost non-existent.
So in other words, so what you're telling me is just all of a sudden white people found the light, they found Jesus, start hiring black people.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they were governmentally
Well,
by
No. Hold
affirmative
on.
action. But what I'm saying is that through the years, they have stripped away the actual actually implementing
they've
it.
always tried to do that,
So
and
in,
and,
so,
and the
so,
biggest
so,
thing is,
so in other
go ahead,
words,
sir.
what you and hold on a second. I want to. So in other words, they start firing black people wholesale and not hiring black people wholesale to these positions. That's what you're saying.
No, what they would do is they will make a position above it and then put somebody white in there, and then slowly but surely, when that other black person begins to maybe phase out or age out, then they'll put somebody younger white in there, and they'll just do it that way.
That is one tactic. Yeah,
There's one tactic.
but
But the thing is that so what you're saying is that affirmative action is not going to affect you because they're going to get rid of black folks anyway.
No, I'm saying it's going to affect black people as far as it's going to affect us, but what I'm saying is
Wait a
to
minute.
what
Hold on a second. Maybe I'm confusing what you guys are saying because when you first said it, you said that the affirmative action wasn't going to affect people in Mississippi.
no no no
Did I hear that wrong, Art? Or did something? Am I hearing something different?
no, that's not what I said. What I said
What?
was is
Okay, well, explain it to me because what you said when you first came up is not what you're saying now. Explain it to me.
no what I what I said was because I'm from a state, Mississippi, where they don't actively practice affirmative action to the degree I guess it was desired to, is is that what the rest of the nation is now going to do, or is it going to be a more of a uproot all? Because is it going to be an uproot niggas get out altogether type
Well,
deal?
we don't know, man. We don't know how far Jim Crow's gonna come back. Okay.
a nicety. Hey, you're from Mississippi, right?
Yeah.
There's a comedian who's well known. His name is W. Kamal Bell,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
His
Yeah.
dad, Walter Bell, was the insurance agent for the state of Mississippi because he was very well skilled and affirmative action offered him a window into operate. And he was that state insurance agent for, I want to say, like 10 years,
Mhm.
right? There are black men who do get those jobs, but you have to have the skills. And
Yeah.
the big thing is that federal money always gets allocated to states. I mean, that's the point of having the Congress. They want to get their cut of the pork and they want to bring it back to their state. For certain states like Mississippi, it's going to be, ports, sometimes the agriculture, whatever the industry is. But the administration is done on the state level. And that's where you have to get good at being politics on the state level. You have to organize in your state and figure out who can you get on your local, your county, and even statewide. And Mississippi is 47, maybe 45% black. There's a lot of stuff that can be done, but one of the things they do administratively to stop black people is to have draconian laws. So you might have to have some nation people come down there and say, hey, this is how you do clean living. This is how you don't get caught with some weed or some alcohol.
So in other words, you're trying to tell me that because you live in Mississippi, which is, which people are trying to tell me that it's not racist anymore, but in Mississippi,
I don't know what they say.
Trust and believe, I get emails all day long about black folks need to move back to the South because it's not like it used to be. Okay.
Some areas of the South are good, but some others I would not go to.
But I get it all day long. Come on back. Come on back to Mississippi. Come on back to. Go ahead.
What's that 2-letter word we like to use all the time? Boo.
I know. Well, what I want to get an understanding of because you're pushing back on something that I said. So how much of an effect do you think affirmative action is going to affect Mississippi?
I think hold on a second. Let me get it.
Can I forget? No, you can't. I just want to. No, you can't. No, you cannot get in. No, you can't get in. You're not going to interrupt me this time. No, you can't.
I am.
No, you're not.
Got here.
No, you just got here
for like 30 minutes.
Shut the fuck up right now.
No, so this is the thing. I don't think that's the argument.
Can I finish?
I'm gonna help him out.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish first? Let me finish my sentence first, okay?
You was done.
No, I wasn't done. You cut me right off in mid-sentence. I wasn't done. Tune up the volume on your earphones, man.
Super high. Go ahead. Now you said you was done.
Can you hear me? No, I wasn't done.
You was. You on one tonight. Go ahead.
No, I am on one because of Negroes like you. Let me finish my statement.
Nah, it ain't because of me.
Yes, it is. You cut me right. You cut me right off in mid-sentence, sir.
I did.
Yes,
Come on, man.
No. Let me get in here. Let me finish first, and then you can get in.
I got
you. Now, I want to know the percentage of effect that the affirmative action is going to have on you. Give me a percentage: 10%, 20%, 50%. What do you think?
No, as far as from what I've seen, anywhere where it is not institutionalized is always like at least half cut off.
That's a lot, sir. That's a lot.
Can I interject real quick?
Now, PK, you can get in.
So I didn't know. Well, hold on. I didn't know that was the argument you were actually trying to make. I thought you were trying to make a different argument, bro.
My argument was how
it actually started off sounding as though you were trying to make a claim that the South is pretty bad insofar as it comes to things that have to do with workers' rights and it has to do with job security. I thought that was the lane you were running now, which I would agree with.
PK, hold on.
That's a different argument.
Hold on, PK. AB, can I share my screen real quick?
No, it's Art. Art's got Art. We're on Art tonight.
Oh, it's Art. I'm sorry, man. I get confused as hell.
Man, come on.
Wait, where's Art on the screen?
You gotta clear them ones and zeros out before you get online, Jules.
I'm looking at. I don't see him on the screen. That's why.
Okay. He might have got dropped off. So
do you think I could try and share this to give like a visual?
If you can't, unless he's there because he's got the comm. It's got to be the guy.
All right. Thank you. Please continue. Sorry about that.
No, this is my struggle with the. This is my struggle with the affirmative action as far as the tangible effect in the sense of what it would do with today's right.
Mm-hmm.
If your populace is already like, even amongst the whites, is dreadfully uneducated, and you need skilled labor, but then you pushing out the non-documented, I don't see how this works. Who does getting rid of affirmative action work for? What's the benefit in it? I don't understand.
In other words, you got what do you have coming in, right? Number one, you got to have a decline in the dollar. We already know that, right?
That's
inflation, right?
Yeah.
In other words, they're already laying off people, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is AI and automation going to do for
That's
jobs?
gonna lay off everybody else.
It's gonna so every position that a black person has is extremely valuable, right?
Yeah,
Or any position extremely valuable, right? If you're a white man in Mississippi, who you gonna hire?
you're gonna hire white.
Okay, so if there's no kind of law, any kind of pressure to kind of urge you to hire more black people, are you gonna hire them?
Not unless you have to.
Unless you have to. So you crunch numbers. This is just a
And
projection. I hope it's not that bad. But thing is, what do you see? You tell me.
this is what I see. I see the fact that okay, um, if you're going to implement no affirmative action as far as with the hiring process, starting with the colleges, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have people to take the jobs of the jobs you want to take or fire
Mm-hmm.
the black people out of.
Mm-hmm.
Who is going to fill those jobs and they don't have the skills?
What if they don't?
It's
What if
black.
they? What if they don't care?
Yeah, black folks are gonna have to like step into those roles, and then they're gonna have to do it like how the Irish did the black folks 100 years ago, which is step into roles that are shitty paying, occupy all the roles, and then exercise power through numbers, and then undercut the market so that you can't be fired. And at that point, you seize power. The power is in
How long?
production, not
How
in
long? How
consumption.
long does that take?
It could be. It depends on the office. It depends on how.
No, 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 no.
No, that's about
Come on,
15.
you're smarter than that. How
15.
long? Give me a projection. How long does that take,
I
Jules?
say
I
15
mean,
years.
if you have a dedicated office, if you have someone who knows how to run it, I mean, they're not going to deny you running card check because that's retaliatory
Yeah,
position.
don't talk around it. Give me a projection. You see, you said if we do this, do that. How long do you think that will take?
You
Each
actually
shop,
you
let's say
actually jumped the
let's say
shark. It's
one
not even
shop,
possible, really. But go
one
ahead.
shop you could do it in 6 months. One shop you could do it in six
One
months.
shot. When we talk about millions of people, how long is it going to take?
Exactly. Oh, that's a generational switch.
Yeah, so generations, 20 years. We had that kind of time.
No,
No.
We don't. Okay.
you could. I mean, like there's that Christian Small stuff that was starting to get going with Amazon, but it really didn't take off like they wanted to.
If you're gonna do it, you should have started 2 years ago when you knew this claim was going to come to the courts.
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, you're 2 years behind. Okay, and now you got to play catch up. That's it. You don't even know how the fortune cookie is going to break, do you?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem I've had with any organizing is that if you do it with any people, not even just black people, is that most people work. And I'm in the white collar field. Blue collar people get it a lot quicker, but white collar people think that because I have a degree, that I don't need to organize. I'm special and I'm a snowflake, and they don't need to do anything. That they'll just be seen as I have a degree from UVA or Georgetown or Harvard.
Yeah,
And
let
it doesn't.
them fuck around and find out.
Let me ask Antecedent this: how many black women work skilled trades?
Come on, you know it's extremely.
Extremely low. So so what percentage of the Mississippi population is black population is black employed females?
I mean,
Is
they have a, but it's soft jobs though.
that, can you answer the question that I asked?
I'm gonna ask 35%. It's soft jobs.
So in other words, only 30. So in other words, 65% of the black females in Mississippi don't work. They're at home cooking.
No, they work, but it's not like
They do piecemeal work.
yeah.
Babysitting some people on a Navy base.
In other words, I think the ages between I think 18 and I think it's 18 and 40, which is BLS says about 75% of black women actually work. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And basically we know without the black female paycheck, we know what happens to the black households, especially in Mississippi, right?
Yeah, they implode.
They implode. So if black women work those soft jobs and don't have skilled trades, do the numbers. You tell me.
Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
Hey, can I share my screen real quick to show you where black people are moving to? Just to give people a perspective, because people are moving away from the South and not necessarily towards it. Do you mind if I present?
You can. I've heard opposite, but it's.
No.
Let me see.
Is that Wall Street map?
No.
This
I
is
don't
this
think
is
it's
just
gonna be
day
interesting.
2. This is gonna be fun, man.
Yeah, I
You
know,
know,
Come on.
really.
See it.
this is gonna be Tim. I'm gonna be like Eddie
Like the
Murphy's.
Joker.
No, Eddie Murphy's. I would laugh my Gus said, laugh my motherfucking ass off.
Hmm.
Did you see that?
Hey, what's going on, Salchi?
Good evening.
Oh, gee.
I'm
You
a,
see
I'm
that?
a, mhm.
This is the map the census produces, and it shows what the green is the increase, the orange brown that's the decrease. Black folks are moving away from the coast to a slight degree and moving inland a little bit more, and it looks
Whoa.
like it's
Ooh, the
because of
Midwest. Damn.
Yeah,
yeah.
but there's a lot of guys like Anastasia that said because of where I'm at, it's not, this kind of uh, policy is not going to affect me that bad.
No,
What?
that's not what I said. What I said, because where I'm at, I
Yeah,
feel
you
as
just
though
throwing
Because
everything
we
at this man. You
no
hating.
no 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 no
I feel as
no no
though
no 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 no
I feel as though
no no
I
no
take that. I
because
take that back. I take
listen
it
to what
back.
I
I
said. Because of
as
where you
though
are, you don't think it's going to affect you that bad. Okay,
that ain't what I said,
Yeah.
BGS.
yes, it
One
is
Here,
what
thing,
you
here,
said.
here, here. What I'll say is this, because he's making a different argument. Mine is going to be similar in the vein that I don't think this is going to go the way that anybody predicts it to.
Okay,
I really
Right.
don't.
okay.
yeah, and see this. You should read it's a book by Eugene Robinson called Disintegration.
Yeah, I
And it
read
is
it
a
like
very
twice.
interesting one. It's like it says that the black community is going to fracture into 4 specific groups, and it's
Yeah,
going to be blending between it. But it's basically the mixed race people, the upper class, the immigrant population, and
yeah,
then
but
the
but he
bottom
did- but
40,
he
50
I
percent.
read the book twice. He didn't factor any of this shit into his predictions. Okay,
Very
because it
true.
was
But like you
so
could see, like there is a momentum that's moving
there is a
outside of what
momentum,
we
but
see.
the thing is momentum and everything else depends on what, sir? Environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The flow of a river
It-
depends on the elevation and the terrain of the ground that it's on. Same thing with
Yeah.
anything else, man.
Yeah.
He
okay,
did
but
not he did not factor this into it. But go ahead, Anastasia, make it sound right to me because when you first came in, it didn't sound right. So explain yourself.
I'm trying to explain myself.
Well, please do.
What I'm trying to say is
Mm-hmm.
that, from my understanding,
Mm-hmm.
state operates with affirmative action according to their discretion. And since they already do it according to their discretion with the complete removal of it or overturn of it, what is the tangible likely outcome if they were already doing that anyway?
In other words, you assume they're already doing that anyway, which is I'm trying to explain to you that is not true. There's extensive pressure, especially in the goddamn South, by the federal government under affirmative action actually
So,
push minority hiring. They
so
still
this
do.
so this would be the equivalent. All right, this would be the equivalent of when they took the troops out the north after the Civil War.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm hoping. I'm now. This. You guys asked me for my opinion, right? And
Yeah.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping that this not come to pass because I don't like to see black people suffer. But I got to tell you what the goddamn truth as I see it. Okay. If you
Hey,
don't
Art.
like it, you don't like it. If you disagree with me, we won't know until what? Until the cookie crumbles, right? Then we'll
Mm-hmm.
know.
Art.
So what,
But
so
Take a
what's
look
but
at
the,
but
that map.
but the thing
This
is,
is
so far I've been a good reader of crumbling cookies.
yeah,
Otherwise,
but
you would
this
be
is this
listening to
is
my ass. Go ahead.
yeah, this is the map that most people live in the most economic production areas in the United States. Right? You take a look at it, the Northeast corridor, most people know that it's basically Providence down to, I mean, generally DC, but it can extend down to Richmond or Virginia Beach. And
Mm-hmm.
then that little green blob on the middle right, that's basically Raleigh, Durham over to Birmingham, Alabama slash Huntsville, right? And then you go down to that purple mass, that's Jacksonville down to the southern tip of Florida, right? And then you go to that orange mass, that's the Gulf Coast, right? You go from roughly Mobile over to El Paso, right? And then you got the Dallas, Texas triangle. Some of these things don't really exist like you think, like the Front Range, this thing in the blue. That's like Pueblo, Colorado down to Santa Fe. That doesn't really exist like you think. The orange mass up top where you see Gary, Indiana, Cleveland, Ohio, Akron, Chicago, Minneapolis, like that does exist to a different degree, and it extends down to like Indiana, Pittsburgh, all that stuff. Like a lot of black people live in these areas, but we're not operating as an organized collective, like something like the '60s boycott. But people understand to a degree. I got to go to where the jobs is, and most people are trying to go to where the jobs are.
Well, a lot of people from Michigan and all that stuff are moving to North Carolina. Like, there's a lot of people in my old job that came from up north.
Yeah, and
like,
they should.
They sold their houses up there, and they bought their houses out straight out cash, and that's one of the reasons why the rent has gone up so much in North Carolina and Raleigh at this point. Right. And that's why there's a lot of tech companies coming to Raleigh as we speak.
Yeah, even I want to move to Raleigh, man. It's nice. I just came from there last week. I was like,
Raleig's a good area. Raleig's a good area.
I don't know if that's so much a product of people that are moving specifically from Michigan per se, because the people in Michigan aren't, balling out of control. I think that's more so a product of places like New York, Maryland, those particular areas that have basically higher income brackets that are essentially extending their wealth down to the South. They're moving, they're taking their wealth somewhere else. That's what's happening. That ain't necessarily coming specifically from the, maybe pockets in the Midwest, but that isn't.
I mean, because that's what one of my friends was saying, is that he said that a lot of people are focusing in the South, especially in the Raleigh area, because there's a lot of tech companies coming down here.
Yeah,
like we got I think an Apple company that's supposed to be in Garner. That's supposed to be doing a facility down here, and there's a lot of people that's just either doing remote work where their job is in up north, but yet they living down here.
Exactly. There's a tech company I work with that's based in the Raleigh area. And look, the country is becoming more unified, but then also more remote connected. Like, you got to figure out where is the best place you can go to. If you're somebody who's like from Chicago, but you got a remote job that pays 110K, 90K, and you can move down to Huntsville and get a better living, you get a better sense of life, do it.
So
and you could change the dynamic. You can move down to Jackson.
But I'm looking at the Mississippi Supreme Court, right? And basically they even though you're at will, okay, it's an at will state, they cannot fire you on the basis of race.
Of race, yeah. That's federal. Yeah, right? That's federal.
It's a federal and state, and this is the Mississippi Supreme Court. Okay. So this ruling will affect you worse than you think it will.
Correct.
Yeah, because there was a guy that was in Mississippi that said he couldn't wait for this shit to happen. I just saw it just a minute ago.
Yeah. But I hope, I hope I'm wrong. Okay, that's all I can say.
I know it will affect us. That's not what I'm.
So make it clear what you're saying, man.
What I am asking is that if the country does not have, regardless of what race, enough employees to actually facilitate purging Negroes from their hiring practice. You know what I'm saying? They don't have, even in the white. So let's just say they purge all the Negroes out of hiring practice. They don't have enough whites to come in.
This is a millennial argument I hear all the time. In other words, if there's not enough skilled people, they're going to do what's in their best interest, which is hire and keep us on anyway, right? Is that the argument? No. I want to hear that. Is that the argument? Am I understanding your argument?
That's my argument.
Okay.
Can I ask him a question?
Jump in, Salty.
Can I ask him a question?
I'd love to hear you.
I hope your faith in white folks is well earned, man.
No. Okay. White folks have faith in the desire to make some money. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you this: roughly how many black people are there in this country?
About 40 million.
Okay. So how many white women are in this country?
That's a ton of white women.
70 to 85 million.
About 85 million, yeah.
No, try 117 million.
That can't be possible. No. There's 400 million people tops.
No, I checked. Okay.
Is he serious?
I'm dead serious.
Listen. Just Google this shit.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay, what was the claim that was made? I'll look it up real quick.
Because there's 400 million.
The number of white females in the United States.
It's like 117.3, something like that.
It's possible, but I thought that's a way high.
That sounds high, but I haven't.
Here's Salchi. Here's my math. Check it in your eyeball. Right? 400 million people. right?
No,
The white
331
population.
million. No, 331.
Yeah.
31
Is it
million.
that low? Oh, I thought
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
No, stuff.
Okay, so let's say so 350.
Uh,
60% of them are white, right?
The last I checked, there's only 160 million white people in the country.
Yeah,
Last time I looked, but I
So
could
to
be
have
wrong.
like that much of an imbalance would be shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says, at least that's what this is saying, just straight off of Google. It says there's 117.3 million white women from 20 at this point of 2020.
Okay, he's right. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. No.
Wait, did he say white people or white women?
No.
White women.
Women.
White women.
Damn.
So
117.3 million.
and
Wow,
see,
that's high.
Classify as white.
Hold on.
and that's why I stress
Jews
just,
classify as white.
and that's why I stress.
Hey.
Hold on, guys. Damn.
Y'all, calm down.
Go ahead, Equalizer.
And that's why I stress just the white women alone. I mean, I put this up. I mean, we were talking about it earlier today. I mean, I already put the sources up. It was in our emails. I put multiple sources, but my point is, right, there are, okay, so that's just total. But see, what's very interesting is that there's more than 26 million white women who can bear children. That's more than black women combined. So they can absorb them. Even though they have net negative birth rates currently, if they were to get off their ass by 2030, because even though, yes, black women do have a net positive birth rate, but they're in the last place of net positive birth rates, mind you. But amongst women, they have the highest percentage of abortion, and they're the least,
black women.
Yes, and they're the least desirable. So unless black women change, which we know is highly improbable, we know white women have far more urgency than black women. They can absorb them. This is why I've been saying it for the past couple months. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Statistically speaking, unless massive changes happen, 2 generations is a wrap. Just look at the numbers.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, bro. I do not have the faith that they will hold on to black people. That white people will hold on to black people.
Exactly.
I don't have that faith, especially in the tech field. It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
But the skilled labor field is as you put it, man. Those Latino boys start learning that stuff at the age of 5 years old. Okay.
Thank you. And guess and guess who has the highest net positive birth rates? Latinas. Okay. So I'm just a numbers guy. Unless there are massive changes, which I doubt it's going to happen, because these policies that are coming through right now, I'm telling you, these white women they're going to get on board because they're not stupid.
Yeah.
Asian
Trump
women
tried to do that thing with let's get more people from Denmark, and they're like, fuck no, man.
No, they don't need them. I just gave you how many white women there are alone. And then guess who's in number 1 place amongst all the women? Asian women. They're second place in that. No, they're second place in net positive birth rates. So they're still going to be having kids with white men. But I guarantee you that it's going to increase with black guys. So black men, if they get on board, they'll be all right because we're desirable. So that's the only way. That's the only way we're going to continue to thrive, at a minimum, survive.
Well, what does get on board mean? What does that mean?
Get on board. Get on board means
it's becoming American. It really that's the basic.
No,
becoming American.
No, it means we in charge, bitch. Get in line.
Well, that's one thing. One thing is just being a man and leaving the women alone and leaving them behind who can't be a woman. And the story, you're literally not arguing with them, trying to change their mind, trying to change them, period. You moving on and understanding that you got to move quick. That's the only, I'm telling y'all, that's the only way.
Yeah, but how does that circumvent the affirmative action thing? How do we navigate through
how do you
people just what's needed to survive this affirmative action?
I can tell you right now.
Hold on, one at a time.
One at a time, guys.
I can tell you right now. if, in my opinion, if you're not in the top 20% and moving fast, it's over.
Top 20% when they're making 80K above. That what you talking about?
I'm talking top 20%.
That's still six figures.
In intelligence, top 20%. Skills. Yes, you need to be moved. And I wish Nameless was around because Nameless and I had this conversation last year, the beginning of 2022.
Yeah.
And he was saying the same shit. He's like, listen, we already behind.
Yes.
I mean, generally speaking, at least 5 years. At least. And this shit is coming up now. I'm telling you.
I've been warning people about affirmative action and them killing it when I saw them getting ready going on the white women, with abortion. I said that's just the first, and then no fault divorce,
diversity hires,
all diversity hires, all this shit's gonna roll down here. All the diversity hires that happened right after this after the decision, right?
I post. I know Instagram is for ass and titties. No, but what I do is I post intelligent shit. So that's the PhDs and BGS stuff. So I know BGS ain't bullshitting because BGS clips. I got BGS clips from last year, 2 years ago about the abortion shit. I'm telling you,
it goes to ass and titties to post intelligent shit.
In fact, man, I was just had a white PhD in psychology, man, wants to debate me about emotional intelligence.
Are you serious?
I'm serious as a heart attack, man. We've been going back and forth in email for the past 3 days, man. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Why are you listening to me? I've been listening to you for years.
I told you, BGS, you're the last boss. I'm telling you. That's true. I'm trying to tell you.
That is true.
All right, can you scroll in a little bit on that so people can see it?
You have to scroll in. I can't scroll.
Oh, I do.
You control it. Yeah, control scroll. Yeah.
All right.
That's a control plus or something.
You can do that too. Just scroll up.
Scroll up. Control scroll up. Enlarge it.
All right, this is. I go to this one. This is a private company that does. It's called "Don't Quit Your Day Job." Take the first letters from each one of those, right? And it does.
We can't see it, man. We can't see it.
Yes. Just enlarge it, man. Where there should be a plus button or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
One more time.
Yeah, we can.
And now scroll up. Okay, there we go.
How about that?
White, Hispanic.
We can see the chart.
Okay. All right. So I entered all this. This is a good aggregator for what it means to get there. For Black folks, if you make 80K, you're in the top 86 percentile of your population.
Yeah, 14%.
But
you got to reverse those.
If you look at the aggregator, right? It compares against. But if you compare that against the white population, that's about 120K, right? Yeah. And you can scroll down on this to get a good. Here's 80%, 66,000. That's for the Black population.
Top 20,
99,000 for the whites.
Yeah, you have to say better than 80% of the people.
Yeah. You have to start cooking. And I'm going to tell you this: for the people who are watching and hating, I know guys who have in the past 6 months have exceeded this, and I'm going to reach. I don't know if I can mention one of the content creators and one of his compatriots, but one of the AWS cloud developers has gotten a lot of guys hired on in the past few weeks in a blue ocean. A lot of Black men especially need to find this blue ocean, stick to it. And these are guys who are the regular dudes. They are non-coders. They're switching over from, white collar, blue collar, but they're like, I need to have a change. And they're doing the work and they're getting it. And they're hitting jobs that are making 90, 110, 120. And they're doing the work.
Get them while you can.
Well,
exactly.
So Sasha, what would you say is the top 10% for overall society that you need to hit at?
Hold on. The 2022's official won't come out until October. So I mean, if we're going based off the last figure, it was 152,000 and change. It actually went down, of course. It went down. So that's nationally. I mean, where I'm at, it's over 200,000.
Yeah.
So what BGS is, it's well over that. I mean, I have first quarter 2023 payroll. So I can tell you exactly where black people are at. At median, I can tell you black men are at $886 a week. That's median. So that's right. That's slap in the middle. Black women are at $909. That's a week, and that's gross. So now, if we're talking top 25, you have to be making 1,304 as a man, and as a black woman, that's 1,393. Now, for you to get in the top 10%, that's $2,027 a week, and for black women, that's 2,247. And again, but who's winning? Asians. And then what?
Yeah. Oh, bro, I'm like I support like an Asian podcast group. I'm not gonna name them here because they don't need to be associated with this community because they don't know it. They know about it, but they don't talk about it. But they are very specific and they understand the pressures and they understand there is an Asian element that is like the black manosphere, but they try to disappoint it and try to speak to it. They're not nearly as dismissive as black BWs are. They're just not. But they understand it, but they're like, I don't know how we get through to these guys. I don't know how we help these guys.
But okay.
As opposed to in this community, it's just get your shit together. And meanwhile, the guys I know who are in this community who are getting their shit together, who got it, are like dust in their hands and gone.
But listen, but okay, I'm in the top 20% of my race, right? So it is. I'm quote unquote fine. I'm going to go up to the next 10% because I'm getting another degree. So what I'm saying is, for someone like me, I'm slightly insulated. However,
slightly, yeah,
that's what it's very slim, BGS. It's very slim, like slim. Okay. What I'm saying is, even for me and for those of my ilk, how do we pivot through this? Because that's what I want to know.
I can tell you right now.
We don't know. We don't know. Okay, the thing is, you don't know because AI changes the game because regular automation was basically machines hits blue collar workers hardest, right?
Yeah.
Right. And the thinking jobs, the white collar were pretty much insulated because it took a lot of training, a lot of thought to actually get those positions, right? But AI is going to actually change that. So a lot of the machine learning is going to change that a lot. So you're going to get actually going to hit the white collar jobs a lot harder initially.
Yep. We already started seeing that.
Harvard is always talking about teaching some of
AI
the
teacher. I saw that.
Go ahead, PK.
Many of the initial thoughts that surrounded the AI discussion happen to be around, the elimination of blue collar jobs, but it's actually the complete. Yeah, that was the initial discussion. But it's actually the complete opposite.
Exactly. Not surprisingly. Again, it's for me. It's the best you can do is just what I do. All I do is monitor.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way you can pivot. And again, we understand it's environment. Okay, so culturally, what changes the environment? Policies, taxes. That's what I watch. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
If I would say take your HR that 300-pound HR female, bring her lunch. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring her lunch. Bring her lunch. Twice a month, right? Talk some sweet nothings to her and tell her how cute she is and how good her dress is today. And here, I was out to lunch. Here's some extra. Do you want some of this? I thought of you. Blah blah blah. And getting good with her so she can warn you that shit's getting ready to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this is that if you're in the right company, that woman will start talking to you. You have to learn how to de-escalate that with her, but still treat her nice. Take her out to lunch. Get her something that she likes.
Easy way to tell her about your girlfriend, about your dates and your girlfriend like that. That's where she already involved.
Yeah.
Tell her how much you love your mother. That type of shit.
No. I'm in love with my girlfriend, and we went out. Blah 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 blah. And that'll kind of de-escalate. Okay, he's already romantically involved.
Yeah.
So
you never know, man. You're dealing with black dudes, man. They might actually try to go for this.
That's on them. Hey, PK, you know that's on y'all. People like you, that's on y'all.
That ain't me. Why gotta be me all the time? I ain't doing that. Hell no.
PK come out to the park. Like, damn, my tires on fire.
Look, listen. I bring out. Look, I know how to call them, bro. I just throw out the Crisco. And I'm good to go.
Now, PK's like this. If there's a mattress, I will lay.
Man, Man, I'm signing off, bro. I've had enough of that, bro.
Wait, hold on. PJ, I know you ain't lying about. I know you ain't gonna deny that you had an experience with a fat chick.
No, I told
brought up a
everybody
couple
this a
times.
while ago. No. I told everyone a while ago. No, I
You
Oh,
had
don't
one.
fuck.
from
No,
the
I
very
do not.
beginning.
I do not fuck with fat chicks. No.
You don't fuck fat chicks?
No.
I never heard that one. Oh, no, that's what's his name?
G.
From
No,
yeah,
not
G.
G.
G. It was G. Yeah.
G serotonin.
No,
G
I was talking.
He
serotonin.
fucks with fat chicks. He fucks with
No,
big
yeah,
ones.
G fucks with fat chicks. I'm talking about Archer. Archer would say that too. He's like, I ain't fuck with no fat bitch.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I stand corrected.
No, he had experiences. I know.
Some of the
He's talking
spirit of
about
Archer, bro. Put on the seance for him.
Oh man. Anyway.
Hey, BGS, you think the Supreme Court also knocked down Biden's so-called attempt to relieve student debt? How's that going to? He didn't. I know he didn't try. But
He had to pay up. He wasn't that concerned. But a lot of this stuff, he because of his party, he has to pretend like he's for it. Man, he doesn't care.
Yeah, the
Correct.
senator
I
from
said this.
NDNA had to make
He's
deal
a
with
banker,
the
man.
banks.
I said this a while ago.
One
Like
time,
the banker class in
one time,
One time.
as Equalizer may know, this shit is wrapped up in derivatives. You can't cancel. You can, but you actually can't cancel student debt like viably. There's no way to do it without hurting your economy.
Of course not. They weren't going to cancel all of it. They're only going to cancel a portion of it.
Yeah, correct. But the biggest thing that people seem to forget is that is true. But the other thing is that it's literally the only people who can actually do that is Congress. The president can't do it. So it's and that's why if you're hearing in the background people are saying it's unconstitutional, that's what they really mean. Yeah. Only Congress
can cancel the debt.
Can exactly. Yeah. The president can't.
They're not going to do that.
Exactly.
And he knows that. He knows it's going to get knocked down.
Yeah,
but
the big thing is
he can get credit for trying. That's what
exactly.
So I said I mentioned this in one of BGS's streams either earlier this week or late last week, but they are making 1% cuts across the board.
Yeah.
Right? And a lot of that is going to health and social services. A lot of that is going to cutting out stuff from the virus relief. Mm-hmm. But they are trying to get that. And if they cut out the student loan stuff, that is a revenue generating product for the federal government. And they need that in there so they don't have to and issue out more bonds. And have to have more.
No, the bank, it's all those student loans are actually on the bank's balance sheets and on the federal government's balance sheets.
Well, no, it's like I don't know the split, but I know some of them are federal, some of them are private. It is
all those student loans sit on the bank's balance sheets. It doesn't come from the Federal Reserve or the Treasury. It's on the bank's balance.
The federal student loans don't go through
the federal student loans are actually done through commercial banks.
We're talking some 33 billion dollars a month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's a good revenue source.
So the other thing that people are missing is that people's already barely having or no discretionary income is about to either be low or negative. So that's also going to hit, guess what? The markets.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So this is why I've been saying 2023. I've been saying this since 2021. I'm like, listen, we ain't seeing shit until 2024, 2025. That's been my prediction. Here we are. It's 2023.
2023. Well, you're early, huh?
No.
I thought it was actually going to be this year, so I'm surprised. You know,
if you can stack money, you're
going
to make money.
I thought.
Oh yeah, I mean, right now, if you're not, doing any, if you position yourself, but the storm isn't over, man. Like it's
just starting. It's just starting.
Yeah, like it's just depressing, bro.
But I'm an old nigga.
BGS is gonna be drinking his tequila. It's like, yep.
Yeah, I'm an old nigga. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm an old nigga. So
and that's why I tell people I don't like saying too much, because then people will say, "Oh, I'm negative." No, I'm just a numbers guy. I'm not negative. I'm not negative or positive. I'm like, this is what it is. Okay, but I have solutions.
I thought I thought they wouldn't roll back affirmative action simply because white women benefit the most from it.
White women already got the spots.
So hold on. Let me.
Who benefits from abortion?
Let Becky make it, dog.
Hold on a minute, bro. So you mean to tell me that white women didn't actually have any sort of leg up prior to affirmative action?
No, I know they. I know they did, but because they benefit the most from it, I was like, maybe that greed will keep that.
Spoken like a millennial. Okay.
Yeah, they already got the position. They already got the ladder. All they doing is pulling the ladder up. Like
the last 3 protests or court cases against affirmative action were actually done by white women.
Yep. There was that redhead at UT Austin. There was a girl at I think Johns Hopkins, and then another girl at Columbia.
I call them the unwanteds. That's what they are. They're smartening up. If you have negative net birth rates, they're not fucking around. It's really that simple. And then they're looking at China. They're looking at India. Like they're looking at it from a power perspective. Okay, like a lot of people can't see that kind of stuff. You kind of gotta get morals out the way.
Yep.
Like you really have to look at it like that.
No, but what I'm saying
at that level,
okay, you're getting morals out the way. You're getting straight money in business. How does this work if you're gonna split to your own economy? It don't make any sense to me.
All right, okay. Everything that America does not always make immediate sense, does it?
No, but I'm like, all right, let me get on the panel. One of y'all niggas smarter than me, man.
No. Basically, you keep giving us pushback. So I hope your faith in America is well earned, man. I really do.
No,
I hope from your mouth to God's ear. I hope it doesn't happen.
They're the creditor of first resort.
I mean, my only discussion on the whole topic is that I think this is going to have unintended consequences in general.
Unintended
or intended. There are going to be consequences.
White employers have been waiting on this shit for 30 years. They've been waiting on this.
Yeah, and again, I always bring this up. This is why I'm sad to say. I bring this up about at my job. CEO is a 70. She's gonna be 73. White woman, married. She makes way more money than her husband, who is an attorney, and her son is a senior executive, making high 6 figures. That's how they play.
Yeah.
So this whole strong independent black woman nonsense is bullshit.
Yep. Sasha's in the DC area. He knows what happens with that.
Yeah,
like they keep that in the family.
Jules, let him finish.
I mean, no, he's absolutely correct. And this is why I say, just because these black women got, and I always gotta say it like this: you got your little degree, you got your fucking lease Beamer or Mercedes in a condo. You don't have power. You have no influence, and then you're the least desirable woman. Like, you're playing the game backwards. You're playing yourself. And now the Z's and below, they're not really fucking with black girls. I'm just looking at everything.
So
it's a wrap.
I don't want to throw this. I mean, I'm not trying to cut you off. Let me know when you're done. I want to get in real quick.
No, I'm done.
So I think that this will benefit the few for sure. I think this is a beneficial move for a very small, as many things America does. This will benefit a very small, select minority of people in a particular financial position. However, for the vast majority of people, this will be a blow. I'm not gonna sit here and try to racial bait. But I'm just going to say, in general, this isn't going to have the consequences that I think anyone's thinking.
But think about it. If your population is 60%, right? And
I do understand.
And regardless, the majority of white folks don't have money.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. They don't have money.
They don't have money, but they're still going to be in position. That's all that matters. We got the numbers. We're gonna lose people, but we still gonna have the numbers and still gonna have the power here. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
I'll tell you, like a lot of them, they keep it in the family, and I've seen I used to know a guy who was
Sweet
like, he
home
was the guy.
Alabama.
I used to know a guy who was the guy that women talk about, but he didn't have swag. He was a black dude, worked at one of the federal government places, MD, PhD. Like, think about how many black men have that, right? He was working at. He was a nice guy, like fun, go bowling with him, all that shit. He was just like a regular guy to hang out with, but all the girls who were interested in him were not black.
Of course.
And he wanted to be with black women, but they did not want to be with him.
He had no swag.
A regular, he was, and it was sad. And I was like, I would talk to him like, yeah, I get it, man. And I just was like, you got to make the right choice, and then you got to make the choice for you, and that's just what happens. There are women who get it, but that is not the majority.
It's not a large enough percentage.
Yeah, and I get that. I get that. My wife is not, Black American, so yeah, you be like that. But
why don't? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What is she?
No,
why don't I think that
finish your innocence and then PK?
I'm saying, like, when you get to a certain level, sisters, I'm not swagged out. I'm just a regular nigga, but they're not really on that. They mating. How they mating style is. How BGS say clean up.
Yeah. Where's the BGS tax in this? This is high level game. I can go to bed. Okay. My work is done here.
Your work ain't done.
BGS just coasting right now.
I mean, I actually people ask me, BGS, what do you think about affirmative action? I actually showed a video I actually put out like almost a year ago.
Yeah.
By affirmative action. Okay.
You know what? You know what? This is not a BGS tax. This is a BGS was right tax.
Let me tell you something, BGS. I was hoping you was wrong about that, man.
I know you were. I was hoping I was wrong too. I hope I was wrong too.
I was like, nah, man. I be rocking with you, but I'm like, come on, be wrong about this.
You're wrong, old nigga.
I
don't care. I don't care, but you're wrong this time. Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
The cookie didn't crumble like you said it was gonna crumble.
Yep.
So in the midst of a lot of the AI
especially with chocolate chip, that
and the shifting and the changing of the workplace, I think that on the midst of this recent ruling, I think that, like I said, I don't know. We'll see how this ends up shaking out ultimately. But there's going to be consequences for this.
This is defensive, but thing is, this is what you call a complete clusterfuck, man. 2023,
It's not a big brain move. That's what I'll say.
It is a complete clusterfuck. Mm-hmm. Too many things all at once, man.
Yeah.
Too many goddamn things all at once. You can't be having a economic Cold War between China and the United States. And sometimes you have a war, you having all kinds of dislocations with supply chains because of what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. You can't have it right after COVID, haven't really recovered from that. You got a whole lot of people where are going to get dumped on the street because of the evictions and the foreclosure moratoriums that are ending. And you have a downturn in hiring because of inflation. You got the surge in inflation. In other words, you got austerity measures, which is stagflation. It's austerity measures in the middle of all this shit. Okay, and then you're gonna do this.
Yeah.
Oh, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It doesn't seem to me to be something that was. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be.
I am glad I am retired, man.
It doesn't seem to be something that I'm not sure if they really thought about the consequences of the financial impact that this would have and the reverberations because of it. Like, I'm not sure.
Because this has been in the work. Anytime you see Fauci, because Fauci is right there, he's at HQ. Anytime you see any kind of ruling from the Supreme Court, this has been in the works for 10 years at least.
Oh, I agree with that. I'm aware of that. I'm not saying, it's definitely been going on.
It didn't just start yesterday. In other words, this has been in the works for 10 years. So the thing is, what I'm saying is, if you look at the abortion ruling, right? I told you guys back in 2016 that abortion is getting ready to end before it ended, right? Because I saw you could see they were building up to it, right? They've been trying to get rid of the affirmative action for 30 years, man. They finally got. I've been trying to say that. I said, and as soon as they accepted 2 years ago, as soon as they finally accepted that case from Harvard, I said it's over. Yeah. So y'all have to start to pivot. But everybody, like Anacita said, I hope he's wrong. So okay,
here you go, BGS.
Are y'all listening now? Are you niggas listening now, niggas?
You ain't.
Shit, Art.
BTS? Yeah, it's
Yo,
BTS.
I need
My
that.
gosh.
I need that.
I don't know, but if you guys got solutions, man, I'm willing to hear it because Antecedents at least he gave me a solution. They wouldn't dare fire Negroes with the lack of skilled labor. Okay, we'll see.
Can you play that audio again one more time, Art?
But the affirmative action hires at Disney, they got canned.
Oh, yeah. How many of those women?
Immediately.
Yeah, it was quick.
Four of them immediately.
Yep.
We've been waiting to get rid of you hoes.
Bud Light Diversity hired. They fired two.
But
main
Kathleen Kennedy's still there, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. For the time being.
Not for long.
Y'all been trying to kill her
long.
off for 4 years, man. Y'all been trying to kill her off for 4 years.
I hope they've been saving.
I doubt ain't going nowhere.
I doubt it.
Get her out of there, bro. Yeah.
Man, mimosas and Birkin bags, because of Beyonce.
I'm just laughing, man. Everybody need to move down to Mississippi, man. Y'all be safe.
Pause. We ain't doing that. No,
all right, move all down to Mississippi, man. Good, we got good white folks down there.
You send
Sundown.
do that.
That's downtown.
All right, Encrypted Wolf, appreciate you for the cash app. BGS, he says for the $10 hotter.
$10 holla.
Emergence of the black conservatism.
I got to
appreciate
what the conservatives have to say about this.
You a conservative now, BGS. Welcome.
I am.
That's what I hear, man. Like you a conservative.
Damn, how did I become a conservative?
I don't know, man.
Conservatives hate my guts. How did I become a conservative?
I don't know, man.
Wait a minute. The liberals and the lefties hate my guts, and the conservatives hate my guts. Okay.
Look, man, it's weird times to be alive. You conservative.
That makes you a centrist.
And who said that though?
Would that make you
No, he's a moderate. He's a moderate.
What camp did that come out of?
No, that's just what it is.
The biggest problem is ideologues hate people who come with the facts. The one thing that every congressperson hates is when someone from CBO comes over with like, yeah, this is what it's going to cost for whatever you want.
I got one more cash out to read. Kareem Austin, appreciate you.
I'm actually just trolling you, BGS. I'm sorry.
Man.
I apologize for the trolling.
No, you ain't.
I have a whole group.
I gotta be over there and smack the black right back on you for that one.
I have a whole group of lefties that think I'm conservative, man.
Okay. Let me throw something else. Let me throw some in there.
All right, go ahead.
So, all right.
How much salt is this gonna be?
Y'all know I'm good for it. Look. So since we got this affirmative action overturned, right? Is it more of an urgency now to passport it up? And
you sound concerned. Like fuck it, get your passport, nigga.
No, I'm saying, I'm waiting on my shit to come back. So what I'm saying, so we can get some work visas, so the blacks they can get some work visas in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Is that
bullets, gold, and passports, man. You know what I'm saying? Cause y'all down there with them, man. So they've been waiting. They've been chopping at the bit, man. Get that federal leash off them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people.
Got to remember this is not the end of what they're getting ready to do. So got to remember.
There's more. There's more.
Yes, there's a lot more coming.
I know, but I'm saying I already feel the fire. I ain't got to be a crisp to
everything that's coming down the pipe.
Antecedents, you think good white folks ain't gonna, because they need you, they ain't gonna get rid of you.
I didn't say that, okay?
Okay. I'm old. My understanding is bad, man. Make me see the light.
Yeah, what I'm saying, the blacks start looking more globally as far as employment.
Yes. I've been saying that since I got here. Yes. but y'all ain't hearing me.
No,
Okay.
BTS. I listen to you. I do what I do the stuff that you said. I'd be like, you got a point though.
I think he's a subscriber. He's subscribed to
Yeah,
your
he
podcast.
was it, but it was the vast majority. Because I've been doing this, man, since 2003, man. I've been saying it since 2003, man. The vast majority of black people over the past, it's been 20 years. Will all say the same shit. I'm not going nowhere. Okay.
Yeah.
Nah. That's no. That's not for me in my house. We gonna do what we gotta do.
Okay. I said,
But
okay. It's been years, but been 20 years. We used to run a poll every couple of years. Okay. Are you African or American? They always American, like 80%. And are you thinking about relocating if you get a chance? No, I'm gonna stay here and fight. Even if it's bad racism, I'm gonna stay here. This is my home. Okay. Like 80%. So
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Good luck.
It kind of matches up with roughly only 20% of 10 to 20% of black people travel outside of the country.
Yeah,
like a lot of black folks. Yeah, a lot of black folks know that they're American, but don't acknowledge it and like really live in it. And I think you really got. Go ahead.
I don't remember the exact numbers. I had brought it up a while ago when Edward was bringing up some of the passport kind of controversy situation, man.
Yeah.
It has increased. It's not a whole lot though. I mean, there's a separation between. There's a split between male and female. Number one and number two, the official numbers. You'd have to actually have credentials. Number one, some sort of credentials to pull them up and get them for yourself. If you're just a regular everyday lay person, you're gonna have a hard time trying to get them. But you basically dealing with survey data, and you have to do some intuitive math to try to figure that shit out. But essentially, what it came out to be when I mathed it out was somewhere around, I think it was around like fucking 14% of black men had fucking passports and were using them actively. We're not talking about people who just were sitting on their passports and had never traveled to one or more countries.
Does that include military? Does that exclude military?
Exclude military.
Oh, really?
I mean, that's pretty good to exclude military, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And it was like around fucking 40% for women. It was a huge divide. It was a massive divide. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. I mean, because I think most black people don't leave the country and then go to a country, and especially go to an African country, and then you realize, oh, I'm very American.
Oh yes.
Once you do that, you're like, because I think Sacha, you are half, if not all, from immigrant extraction. Like I think you were born and raised here, but
I was born and raised here, but both sides of my family, they're elite. So and again, I don't like to say that, but
Liberians really not technically immigrants. Okay, they're really citizens.
I just had other ancestors from either Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. So like it's but in my house, even though I was raised as an African, but my father he would tell us, I'm talking about way before 10, you're American because we're here.
Yeah.
But again, my dad was very smart, so it was different.
Did you ever check to see if your name was in the Book of Slaves? Because there's a bunch of African people who were in that book, and they were like brought over and then went back. Like Fela Kuti is one of those people who was like brought over, but his ancestors fought for the loyalists on the British side, and then went back, and then wound up migrating back to present day Nigeria.
I think one of my aunts did, but she died, and I have no idea what that paperwork is because shit apparently disappears. I know my younger sister, she's trying to get on it. I mean, the reason why I haven't got on it is because I just don't have patience. Because when I especially with people who should know or do know, because on my father's side there's supposedly they call it the big book with all the facts, but supposedly nobody knows who got it. So ever since my dad died, I kind of like stepped back because my dad was he was very intellectual, but he knew how to very be with people. Good, he was really good with people at the same time. Me, I'm coming in and don't fucking bullshit me. So I'm right now. I'm kind of just sitting back and I'm like, let me see what happens. But I'm losing my patience because then I'm gonna go in there and be like, yo, who has it? Give me the shit because y'all ain't doing nothing with it. or you know what it is, and you're doing something, and we don't know what you're doing. Because I do know,
is it in someone attic or someone is like
no, I'm sure somebody got it. Like I could tell you, like my father, one of my uncle, one of my father's brothers, he moved back to Liberia. Like he left, and he was in finance. He was in finance. His wife's a CPA. He moved back to Africa. I don't know. Maybe he got some shit from my grandfather. I have no idea. See what I'm saying? Shit like that happens.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't say much, because I'm unlike my dad. No, I'm gonna break some heads. and I don't want money. I just need shit in order. I just need facts. That's all I care about. I don't care for
you want to know
me. Exactly. That's all I want. I just want to know the facts. That's all.
No, I'm the son of this, the son of this, the son of this, and then see it down the line. Because there's some African groups that know all this stuff. I mean, there's some of in the Caribbean who know. Like, was it Rihanna? But that was more verbal and kind of passed down oral history. She was like, "No, we're Yoruba people," and she knew that just because of that because the mother didn't hide that piece of it. But being in the Caribbean,
All right. Real quick, if I can interject, this is a sidebar. So when I sent the message, it was literally last year around this time. I can say the exact date, but I'm not gonna. But I told him that the math, when I mathed it out back then, was around 280,000 to 400,000 black men had been to one or multiple countries. That was in 2022. I don't know if it's changed since then. Shit happens, but that's when I mathed it out back then. But I couldn't actually pull it because there are official records kept on this. But the issue is that you have to either, number one, be a scholar of some sort, which I'm not. Okay, I'm just a nigga, or I'm just somebody. All right, or you gotta be a official of some sort, or maybe a demographer, some sort of official position to be able to get this data and statistics to be able to access it. So,
isn't it usually at a college? Isn't it usually at the colleges? I mean, if you know somebody at a college, they should be able to have access.
Well, the way that I dug into it was I had to basically take survey data from multiple studies and do a bunch of guesswork. That's how I tried to math it out.
Okay.
When I did, but it came out to a very small percentage of black men. It was around like 10% in total. Black men had been to places and were actually moving around out here, which actually lines up with the amount of men who are in a particular class.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, for just not for pleasure. I mean, you can go out there with other skills. Again, the thing is, depending on where you want to go, you still have to look at the demographics. It's still, again, you got to look at their policies and their taxes, because you got to see what they want. Like, what does the government want done, and align it with your strengths and skills, or else you're just gonna struggle. Like, it's the same here as well. That's why you see the small business owners or the entrepreneurs who align themselves, again, with the policies, with the taxes. That's why they have they're making more money. That's just the way it works. But people don't get it.
You don't hear me though.
No, they really don't. No, I'm gonna sit here and get double taxed, and then I'm gonna get taxed after the double tax, and then I'm not gonna have any insurance, and I'm not gonna do this, and holy shit, I owe taxes, and oh shit, and I'm getting tax on the tax. I'm getting tax on the tax. I'm getting penalties. Yeah, motherfucker, because you ain't following the rules, because you ain't got a bookkeeper, because you ain't got a tax pro, because you ain't got a team. Yeah, that's how the big boys play. Yeah, play like the big boys, but at your level. Then you can win.
Yep.
It is. Like,
sorry.
Sashi's like, Sashi's, you're what, late 30s, early 40s, right?
I literally just turned 40 last month. 40.
Happy birthday, young man.
Happy belated, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Welcome to
because
40.
that's when it's like there's like the 18 to 34 and then 34 to 55 and then 55 plus. At least for marketing demographics, they kind of know how people interact, and
Yes,
you kind of build up that stuff. If you can make that hard sacrifice from like 20 to 30, and you can build like that repertoire, the skills, the knowledge, and then you can get launched up and
shit don't get real till 35.
that's true.
Yeah,
That's
not even.
That's true.
It's not even just that. People don't take you seriously until 35.
Now shit don't get real till you're 35, and I mean internally it doesn't get real until you get to 35. You have to start. You have to retire one day.
You start waking up, it's like, wait a minute, my knee hurts all of a sudden.
But my knee hurts. Yeah, I got a Charlie horse from running. Yeah.
My check knee light came on December 20th, 2022.
Check knee light.
That's when I already started acting up, man. I was like, oh, yeah. We just got back from a cruise and we had to move, man. We just I didn't even have no rest time in between, man. 8 days on a cruise, and then as soon as we got back, we started moving from 1 bedroom to a 2 bedroom. And it was like my knee swole up so bad, man.
God damn.
Let's go.
I was like, okay, so this is 40. Cool. I'm with it. Let's go.
I mean, get your Epsom out, my dude. I'm telling you.
Sounds about right.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But yeah, man, it was just one. Like what happened was, we was on the cruise, man. So I was always going up and down. I was taking the stairs more than I was taking the elevator. And then on top of that, again, coming back and then having to move a whole apartment immediately after with no rest in between. It's just kind of like I just overworked it, but it done went down a lot now, man. Plus, I done lost 10 pounds because I was 271, man.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, that will do something. That's a factor.
That's really what it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm getting down. You know, I'm getting down there. It's just gonna take me some more time. BGS, I really appreciate that the 4-hour body recommendation, and I'm looking into checking that out.
A lot of good stuff in that book.
Yeah, see that, and Convict Conditioning was another book that I looked at, and I really thought that was pretty solid, especially until I'm ready to get back in the weight room. And I also have a weighted jump rope that I just had for a while, but I'm like, dude, you need to start using that.
Someone was telling me about that weighted jump rope, like it's real good.
Yeah, I was like 5 minutes a day. If I do 5 minutes a day, man, and you break it down like 60-second intervals and then like 30 seconds rest in between, if you do it every day, it should be pretty solid, man.
If you're on a diet, especially on a workout routine and diet combined, right? Get yourself a heart rate monitor with a chest strap, right?
Yeah.
And it will literally estimate your calories. You know, it's pretty accurate. So how many calories you actually burn. And
he's right about that one.
And then you have a diet diary, and basically to put all the calories that you eat per day, put it down on a chart or spreadsheet, right? And then what you try to do, get as close to zero, right? Calories burned versus calories eaten. Okay, try to go into the negative. So in other words,
let me add something. You could do the chest strap. I found like Apple Watch and the Whoop strap. You can get the strap or the wristwatch because they have different battery lives. Like the Apple Watch is kind of
but the chest strap is more accurate. That's why they use it.
Yeah, you could do that, and I found like the wrist from the Whoop catalog. They do have a chest strap and they have a wrist thing, and it does measure more accurately. But the companies do aggregate the data, so it doesn't like show that you burn like 7,000 calories in a day.
Yeah. What I'm saying,
it said the chest strap is more accurate. It's about 99.6% accuracy.
Accurate, and basically, literally,
that's good enough.
Literally, as you work out, okay, your intensity workout will count. You actually count the calories that you burn. So if you're gonna work out, especially if you're gonna do what do you call it, aerobic exercises, okay, that's absolutely potential. If you really want to lose weight, okay, and you're really serious about it, and you say you have an intense 30-day regimen where you're actually gonna burn them calories, right? Get you and they're cheap now. They used to be expensive. They used to be like $100. Now you can get them If you want a good one, you can pay $100. But the thing is, you get a cheap one for like $30, and it's
Yeah.
still fairly
Alibaba.
pretty accurate. Yeah,
Yeah.
Alibaba, eBay, all day long,
Amazon.
right?
Yeah.
Amazon,
Yeah.
yeah, all day long.
And
But the thing is, the thing is, the wrist is cool. It'll kind of estimate your calories, but the chest strap is like I said, like 96, 97% accurate. Okay,
It
and
gets
that will
there.
actually
and
give you
you
give you a baseline of how many of your workouts, how many calories you actually burn, and versus how many
Yeah.
calories you eat, and give you a good
Track
baseline.
your
and
food.
Yeah,
And then and especially track the liquid stuff you drink. People don't
everything,
realize like how much, like yeah, everything, but like a
calories
lot
you
of guys
drink.
a lot of
everything,
people underestimate what they drink in
what they
calories.
drink.
Like
Yeah,
they'll be
yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
it's just a
It was
Sprite. It's
just
just a
there's two things I always recommend. One for finance, and one for diet. Right? Okay. It's the same thing for finance. This was Joe Dominguez, right? Take 30 index cards, and he says track every penny that you earn, every penny that you spend for 30 days, right? And then put it
Yep.
on a spreadsheet and look at it, right? Same thing with the workout regimen, right? How many calories does your workout burn if you're going to do those kind of workouts versus how many calories you eat, and then you put that up against your basal your BMI, your basal uh, metabolic intake. Okay, how much
Mhm.
actually need to actually survive, because that will give you. You always try to go beneath that level. Okay, you'll
Yep.
start to lose weight. Okay, I did it. I tried it. I tried it a few years ago, right? Using the 4 Hour Body in their diet, and using that, I actually lost like 40 pounds in 30 days. So
Yeah.
it does
Wait,
work.
here's a
I,
question.
I,
Did you ask?
I when I did mine, because I used to be about 250,
Mm-hmm.
and I did intermittent fasting, and I had to change my relationship with my food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Basically, I didn't think of food as just something you do, like having that three square meals a day. I had 2 big meals, that's it, and I
Mm-hmm.
did intermittent fasting. And what
Mm-hmm.
I did also was I did high intensity cardio, where I would run
Mm-hmm.
for a minute
Mm-hmm.
and then walk steadily for a minute,
Okay. Okay.
then run for a minute,
Walking
walk
is the
steadily.
secret hack.
Well, the thing about it is, when you do a high intensity cardio, you burn
You get
the
your heart
calories.
rate up. You get
You
your
Yeah.
get
heart
your
rate
heart
up.
rate up, and then
Yeah.
you actually burn calories
Yeah.
longer
Yes.
throughout the day when you do that. And
Yeah.
so I told us to judge, I think a couple years ago, when I was on that regimen, I was 250. Within 2 months, I got down to 170.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be done.
Yeah, because
Because I was losing
you
I
can
think about
definitely
2
do it.
pounds a day.
2 pounds a day. Yeah, you were
And
in on it. Okay, you
yeah,
wasn't
I'll
playing.
tell you
Yeah.
one of the long-term things that I found really helped me is like I'm a coffee guy. I get good grounds, I get good stuff. I've not had sugar in my coffee outside of like traveling. And I normally put like a little
That's
ginger.
illegal.
And
I
if
put
you
like
get
a
good,
little
you don't need much sugar if you get good coffee.
no, you
That's
don't.
right.
yeah,
Yep.
that's true. But in
Yep.
America, I put like a little bit of ginger, a little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of cardamom, and
Yeah.
it gives it like it hits that same taste bud that sugar hits, but it doesn't give you the calories. And I drink like 5 to 10 cups if I'm like on a good day.
That's a
If
lot,
I'm on a
man.
bad day, I'll go down a little bit, 2 to
Mhm.
4. But yeah, like you don't realize like how much calories people drink on a regular
Yeah,
basis.
they do.
That's a lot of coffee, though. I ain't
Star
gonna lie.
crack. Yeah.
Bro, you
Yeah,
aiming
but
for
I also
that
drink a lot
heart.
of water.
You look, he aiming for that heart attack achievement at age 35. Goddamn.
No, I drink a lot of water. I rode my
Yeah.
bike. I rode my bike 25 miles today,
He's a young
so I
man,
feel
though.
good. And then I ain't that young. And I did about 45 minutes of yoga to kind of just limber out. Like most guys, once you hit about because I did hit 40, and I'll tell you the biggest things is like I worry about some strength, but also especially flexibility and mobility.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
then you have to
important.
maintain your diet.
Yeah,
That's the one.
Like
I was.
flexibility and mobility, I think might be even higher than strength. Like you need to have strength, you will have that, but flexibility
Yeah.
and mobility,
Yeah.
very
That's what I
important.
need to work on
Yeah,
personally.
I was thinking about even going to yoga. To be honest with you, just to stretch
Yeah,
and just
do it.
move.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
You don't realize how much stuff that you like don't like. A lot of guys just work in a place where like their pelvis, their hips, their shoulders will just be out of whack, and you don't realize until like it starts loosening up, bruh. It makes your life better.
I
just
can touch my
understand how your body
toes.
moves. Yeah.
Getting low.
Yeah. And you can touch your toes without your like knees quaking. You know what I mean? Like it really makes a difference.
Or your back hurting.
Yep.
Yep.
You gotta
The lower
look
back,
at,
especially. Yeah.
you gotta look at your grip strength, because that's one thing that really goes with men. They don't really pay attention to that. And the other thing is, going to the doctor again. You got to get your panels done every year, and then especially for black men, you got to get your Jesus Christ,
prostate check.
prostate. You got to get your prostate checked.
Yep.
Like you have to. Like we're supposed to start earlier than everybody else because prostate cancer or cancer generally is more aggressive than us.
Yeah.
Than other
You know
races.
what I found out was, and I've said this on one of these panels before. They determined that most men should get their panels checked earlier, right? They used to recommend it, I think, 50 for all ages, and they moved it from 50 from all ages to white men should get it checked at 40, and black men should get it checked at 45. Even though
which is crazy
in the black community.
Yep.
And I talked to the person who was performing it, and I was like, how does that work? And I walked through it with that, and she was like, yeah, this is what they tell us. They don't have control. They're just practitioners.
Oh no, I just tell them what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
pay the extra money. Pay the 50, the 100, the 150.
Yeah,
I will tell you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I got family members in the medical field, one, and then two, like I read a lot of the medical shit too. So like I have to reschedule it for this year, but last year I went in and I was telling her exactly what I needed, and it's not much. So there wasn't even, and she had like a college student in there as well, and she's like, yeah, you like your shit is like, you're like practically elite. I was like, yeah, I know. I just do this annually because I need to for work, so I can get $600 reduced on my healthcare. So, but yeah, man, you got to get that shit checked, man, and you're just monitoring that shit all the time, and then knowing what's on both sides of your family. That'll help you out, man. Just stay on top of the health, man. Mm-hmm. To me, that's the most important. That's just me.
I'll tell you, the best example of what this channel is like. So I lived in Northeast DC, and then I lived in South Virginia, and there's always a bunch of spots where you'll find like a barbershop where there'll be a bunch of black men, and they will be from every walk of life. Some of them will be plumbers, masons, carpenters, IT guys, finance guys, guys working on an international scale. They all come in, get the high and tight, get the low fade, whatever, get the Caesar, but they'll chop it up, share stories, they share information, and then the guys who man in the chairs, that's their second job, and the first job is like they're fireman or they're army officer, and they're just trying to earn extra money for their family. This is the type of place that I appreciate that is held here.
I agree. This is my barbershop, man.
The barbershop.
Like I do all my stuff myself. So it's like I shave my head, I shave my face, I do that all myself at home. So it's like I got a badger and blade, I got my badger brush, the old school stuff. So I don't have a reason to go to a barbershop. But like you said, this little space right here is basically where I come to communicate with like-minded brothers and stuff like that, and just chop game, and then like BGS said once before, just loose talk about bullshit, just for fun.
Yeah. Yep.
Because brothers like to chop it up and share information, but they don't want to be shamed about it. And every time from when I was 2 years old to 30 years old, because I stopped shaving. I started like getting it clipped and getting it shaped up for weddings and whatever. Brothers share information, and they when it gets a little bit raunchy, they're like, "Hey, there's a lady in the shop. Let's tone it down."
Yeah.
Always hey, this ain't the place for all that.
This ain't the place. You lady, the door's that way if you're a lady in the shop.
You don't want to hear men be unfiltered. Yeah. Guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I grew up with the barbershop was a black dude who looked like Sexual Chocolate from
Randy Watson.
And his wife was like this tiny Southeast Asian woman. She was tiny. He owned a barbershop. She owned the Asian spot, and she was cooking up this Chinese food, quote unquote Chinese food. Like I man, this shit is Passport Bros is just like magnified by the environment.
Well, Passport Bros are getting Vietnamese food now. All these damn Vietnamese channels coming out defending Passport Bros.
Oh yeah. They're recruiting them now.
Hell yeah.
I saw a police channel trying to recruit black men to come down. You got wives down here for you if you want to come.
And you could definitely get a good wife. You could definitely get one.
Appreciate you, Tony Davis, for the cash app.
Man.
Yeah. I'll say one thing is the coming back to the table and the lowering the expectations. If you look at the Kendra G stuff, because I usually look at it through the brothers who would do the reviews of the channel. I don't watch Kendra's live stuff. Not so many of them are doing for the 100K. Like some of them do that, 100K or minimum as their minimum. A lot of them are like, he has to make 60, 80, 50. Like they're like the prices are coming down.
This ain't no lottery ticket. Okay, you can't come and buy a lottery ticket. That's what they're thinking. This is a lottery ticket. I'm gonna ask for the match. I might get lucky.
Shit,
I'm just enjoying the fact that they coming back to the table because
my brother's making close to 6 figures. I got another brother making over 6 figures. Them motherfuckers ain't married. They ain't thinking about no damn chicks. Nope. My brother's running through them damn bitches and damn Charlotte like it's water. Yeah, they all looking for his ass. He's got a fucking nice ass car. He's got a high established job. He's running through them motherfuckers, and he's like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm like, yeah, whatever, motherfucker. Yeah, like the last time I came to his house, he was trying to usher a chick out. Like I didn't see that shit. Like nigga.
No. Because I mean, like, look, like a lot of guys, like the guys who are making like, let's say 70K plus, can do a lot of stuff. The guys who will go to the Philippines are going to be like usually retired firemen, army, you know what I mean? Like in those, like they got a good pension. The working guys who can do that remote stuff, then go location dependent to a certain degree. If they're like asynchronous work, if they're really deep coding, like AB, then you can go anywhere. It just depends on your setup.
Yeah, so that's why I say like once these women hit 30, it's like then especially 35, it's like all right, like there's a certain set of dudes that's not even checking for you like at all. Like I don't even know why you're talking.
like I told my homeboy, I'm just gearing up for 2030, man. Morgan Stanley had already put me on game. I'm like, cool. 25 to 44, single. Cool. All I got to do is stay single, childless, and generate my income and keep myself relatively in shape, and I can have my pick. I can have my soft rotating harem at age 47 if I so choose.
Yeah.
Or I can just be at peace watching everything go down.
Yeah. The one downside that I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime, let's say I'm hit 40, right? Is the Andre and Andrea where like he might be 50 and she might be 28 to 31, 32, right? If the dollar collapses, he becomes a lot less attractive of a candidate. They have their own infrastructure down there, so it works for them, but I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does flip, like really hard flip, which it normally doesn't, it becomes a lot different of an equation where you start thinking, how's the world? Is it east-west? Is it north-south? Like, how does that work out? But that's broader geopolitics. You have to understand, like, how's the flow of capital going to work?
Look,
how's the credit system?
Gold and silver bars.
This is what you guys need to understand. This is how you be a high-value man in a dystopian future.
Salchi, you got gold and silver bars? Salchi, you got gold and silver bars?
I got silver bars, bro. I've been
I got gasoline and bullets. I'm coming.
We can do a trade, huh?
Yeah. I got an MP4. I got a couple of Colts, and Charles Faulkner is my backup.
Oh yeah, you get what
I
you
pay it with
said.
XO. I pay it with XO and VSOP.
Yeah, you said
we
that.
can have a nice partnership here, sir.
Hey, this is all you need, man. I'm pretty serious. All you need to do is know how to make bread from scratch. You be a high value man.
That's easy.
All the chicks are gonna be coming to you like, ooh, carbs.
all right, though, boy.
Hey, carbs, man.
Bread
Save
bread
the
is
world.
surprisingly easy to make. It all depends on your yeast, is how you want it to taste. It's kind of shocking. Like it's like bread, water, a little bit of salt, and then a little bit of yeast, and then you have to hit the ratios right.
All in the ratio.
Yeah.
And
have good water, have good flour, have good yeast, but like it is shockingly easy. I made my own bread and pizza dough, sourdough, all that shit. Like I went on it might have been last week or 2 weeks ago. I went on a 50-mile bike ride and I made a loaf of bread that was like a sourdough because I have a sourdough yeast. What do you call it? The germ, the one that you hold. You have a culture. I had a yeast culture, and I hold it in the back of my my fridge, and like this little container that's like it's like a little cylinder. I just drop like a plunk in there, and then when I mix it and it sets and it rises, I take a little culture from that, add that to the culture. It's a cycle of life. Bread is pretty amazing.
No, I learned how to make homemade pizza dough. Homemade pizza dough is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It tastes.
It's easy too. It's easy though.
All you gotta do is just make the dough, let it rise, sit, just stretch it out. It tastes. I'm telling you, it tastes. Anything homemade tastes way better than what you can get at the store. Anything homemade.
Like 3 to 5 times.
I'm gonna holler at y'all. Y'all be good. I'm gonna take my broken dreams somewhere else.
Broken dreams. Why you got broken dreams, man?
You know that nigga.
Affirmative action got you down that bad, man.
Golly, man, all in my feelings.
Take a nap and then try and reach out to the guys if you want to make a career switch, because there are a ton of guys in the Black manosphere who are making the switch into IT.
Yeah,
and they're getting jobs. They're getting jobs and showing results. And we're in private Facebook groups because we don't want to deal with it. And there's a couple of guys who have gotten into them, but they're showing the results. I'm seeing them, and look, I someone like Theo needs to get like a gold watch, a trip to Sasua, whatever would be worthwhile to say. Thank you for putting in the work, because he's not getting paid. He's paying to do this. There are men who are doing some good stuff for other men here, and then like really helping them walk the path.
Man, I get with him there.
And I'm telling you, man, these are regular dudes. These are not like I have the IT stuff, and I know how good the education that he's given them, but there's a lot of guys who are just trying to make a hard shift to from left to right to left, whatever. They're trying to make it out of one field to another and get a different opportunity. This is the time to make it. And I gotta say, D Scott, I've reached out to you. I talked to you a couple of times. I see you in the chat. I told you got to reach out to Theo. He has a great Instagram. This is me. I'm just talking to a brother who's in one of the Discords.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of guys who are doing good stuff out here. There's a lot of men in this space who are doing good things to help other men get forward, and they're getting forward.
Yeah. If you hit Obsidian's meetup, he'll probably be there. I think this is supposed to be happening in the next couple of weeks. You actually meet him in person.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It is. I'm telling you, it is the best investment that you could make to get for your life. All right, let me pitch it to you in this way, right? I'm in a different tech vertical right now, and I took the first batch, but I had to stop before I could get to it because I had to get into my. I'm in 3 tiers deep in my vertical, right? And I work in Salesforce, which is like different people do business to business stuff, whatever. Theo is probably 10 to 15 years deep in IT on the technical side, as far as IT, cloud security platform, right? And he knows the cloud, he knows the cloud. And so you're getting something as far as workshops and development, how to implement stuff in the cloud in 5, 10, 15, an hour and a half. He answers questions. He gives you jokes. He's good. He'll like let you go and take a coffee and he'll answer your questions and you come back, right? And he does this week over week over week, right? And then he'll have sections of, do you want to do this and multiple jobs? Do you want to do this? Do you want to go abroad? Do you want to do this? And do you want to stay in the country? How do you want to do this? He's pushing himself to the limit. The big hope, and I think this is what he wants to do, is get guys who have already learned it to start teaching it, and he can guide it a little bit better from the back end. You know, build an army of 300. Those 300 will build an army of 300 and trickle downstream. From what I've seen in his personal group, every other day I get one notification. One guy's passed the basic certification. Another guy's passed the advanced or the intermediate certification. And these guys know what they're talking about. They have study groups. They have the books. And most people want to say, read the book, take the lecture, get the lab. Theo gives you a lab of someone who's been in the profession for 10, 15 years. And he says, okay, I'm showing you how to do this. Take this instructional course and then prove that you took it by showing me you did what was in that instructional course. And I showed you in the lab. And then read the book. And then show me what you learned because I showed you in the lab. And then bring this back. And you could just ping it. And he knows he's got a sharp eye for this stuff. And he says, like, look, I took the class. I'm in the bottom half. But I got it. He said I did it. Whatever. There's guys in those classes who understand the detail. And so these guys need to just shift it from right to left, up to down, whatever. They know the mechanisms, but it's not the same platform. Men are smart. Men are very smart, but they need to shake their brain loose a little bit and attach it to something else. And this is in a blue ocean where there's not enough people. And I'll tell you, I went to an Amazon platform probably 2 weeks ago. And there were a lot of guys and a lot of black men too, who wanted to go and learn what the AWS platform was looking like. And because they need people to work this system.
How do I find them? How do I, you get what I'm saying?
Where are you at?
Like physically?
You're in Mississippi, Alabama.
Mississippi.
I'm from Mississippi, BGS. I live in Florida.
Oh, you're in Florida. Okay.
Florida.
Where you in Florida?
Bro, I'll tell you this.
I'm over
Reach out. I'll tell you this. You could buy the Black Manosphere upcoming meetups conference badge, get in, and then go for the advance, right? I bought one. I'm coming down to it, right?
Where is
Get into it. It's probably 200. I'll put it this way, right? I go to a lot of conferences for my vertical, which is Salesforce. That's a big vertical for a lot of people. And people who are in the IT, sales, business to business, they know, like, bro, that Dreamforce, Salesforce, whatever, bro, those conferences cost like thousands and thousands. These guys are often a killer discount. I think it's like $200 for the full conference and then $65 for the Theo's IT specific workshop.
Yeah.
And you were getting a 10, I think he's like, I would say it's like 10 to 15 year professional. And he's going to give you like a full day workshop and he will walk you through it and he'll answer your questions. And he is patient as fuck. And he's dealt with dummies and he's dealt with guys who are non-interested in this because they want to get to the extra half of like, I just want to fuck a lot of women in another country. But a lot of the guys who are in there are like guys who are 30 to 45. So, and some of them are like 65, 70, but they want to learn something new. And they have got a guy who is guaranteed, who cares. He cares and he's willing to dedicate his time.
So can you put his Instagram in the back chat?
Like
With Theo, I mean, I can give you the website and I could probably say reach out to Obsidian, but like if you get there on the ground, it's step one in like a 4-step process.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because like
I'll take it from there.
Because like you don't realize how like Theo's very connected in a way that a lot of people aren't and don't get how much you can be connected if you start hitting. And he shares a lot of his intel and like his experience. He's a mixed race black guy who really cares about black men really finding their path.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's a fun. Like I know the guy I was talking about earlier, who was like working for the federal government, who was like MD PhD. Theo and him, same type of guy. Like,
do you have links to these people's channels or link to where you can find them?
Theo doesn't have a channel. He'll hop on International Passport from time to time. He'll hop
What's
on
International Passport? Is it like a group?
He's in that Manosphere adjacent space.
Yeah, if you contact Obsidian can actually steer you to him if you can't find.
There you go.
Obsidian.
I don't know who's
because a lot of people are asking questions. That's why I'm just trying to put more people.
Yeah. If you can't find him on your own, go hit up Obsidian. He'll get you back.
Okay,
because I don't know. I know Obsidian has like a firebrand
and also Bernard Riley too.
There you go.
Oh, Bernard Riley.
Yeah.
Bernard has him on quite often. So Bernard Riley too.
Okay, bet. Okay. Well, thank you, bros. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Y'all take it easy.
Absolutely, man. Take a try. Take a look at the website. Take a look at the offer. Email these guys. They are really interested, and they're getting a lot more interest. So either look at the website. I think it was Black Manosphere Conclave or Black Manosphere 3.0 or something like that. But they are getting a lot of interest, and they're getting a lot of guys into spaces in the white collar IT space.
Okay, bet. Okay, so I'm not gonna be a script kitty, BJ. All right, y'all take it easy.
You're not going to script kitty.
Young Grizzly gives me for that all the time.
Script kitties.
Script kitties.
Sorry to soak up so much time. I just wanted to.
No, you good.
It's okay.
Convey it.
Hey,
I think guys.
Information is good. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been in a lot of Theo's classes, and he's like normally like running on empty, but he conveys the infrastructure and he walks you through very patiently. And I'm like, I get step 1, step 2, but step 3 through 7, that's where it starts getting difficult. And that's where he answers the questions, peppers them, man. I mean, he's a valuable person to get a lot of young men and middle-aged men into the next realm.
There you go.
Even Sub-Zero does the same thing, but to a different capacity, in a different format.
Everybody out of gas?
I know,
That's
really.
Weird.
Damn.
That's weird.
Oh no, I can talk all day. I just didn't want to, jump in.
Let me start some shit.
Hey, did you see Lima Bean that I played the other night? That one night?
Lima Bean.
Okay.
I don't know.
I got this the guy this for you, man. He's hold on.
I don't think I saw your last show.
Like the dude who just left, I would tell him.
No, I think I was on the phone with Dr. T. I think that's why.
Probably.
Okay.
Go ahead, play it.
Say, girl, don't call your man up and tell him you met a new guy. A tall, dark, and handsome entrepreneur that's too fly. Beans to get it popping like it was the 4th of July. And I'm ride that camel toe like we in the desert in Dubai. No doubt about it, little mama sure is hot. And she probably got that body from doing all them Pilates. She normally mess with men who drive their boxing Maserati. So cold, when she come around, I got to drink a hot toddy. She thinks I'm magical and mystical. Finds me irresistible. No matter what I do to her, she loves me unconditional. She does what she's told and doesn't get into trouble much, but get a girl some roll. Start thinking it's double dutch. She brought me back a couple bucks. Told her you need to double up. Not only do I think I'm the shit, bitch, I'm bubble guts. That's when I learned the difference between hoes and sluts. And now not even Willie Hush gets chose this month. From your head down to your toes, you look sweeter than Willy Wonka. I can purify your soul in the waters of Minnetonka. Let these pineapples and vodka go straight to your purple chakra. I go so hard in the paint, you would think it was Waka Flocka. I'm chocolate Sinatra, but no I'm not part of no rat pack. When I pull up in the black, they be screaming the match back. Keep a hair with my heifers who constantly hit my cash out. Leave the house empty-handed, but always bring me some cash back. We don't do stripper poles. My hoes only work on the fast track. When 12 come on the block, the hoe know the duck like his gas flag.
Retired pimp.
This is another one I found. I thought was funny because the conversation we were just having about feminism and being over.
Not over, but it's on the ropes. I would have that another time or two.
You're darn tootin' I did.
That means you love her.
That's what I've been trying
I mean, that's the dirty folks ideology.
Oh, wow, that means you love her.
That means I love her. Spank that ass.
Yeah, it's just like a black woman. She hits you upside the head with a frying pan and she loves you.
There's a couple guys who will point that out, that like, if a girl gets spanked and she likes it, that's not a good punishment. She has to have something.
Oh God! What was that one chick? That was that one chick that was that used to get spanked in YouTube.
What's her name? Queen something. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, she would just do videos about her getting spanked by her husband.
Yeah, by her husband. Yeah, she had to go on. She still has a Facebook group, I think.
That's a rare one for me.
The thing is, most of them like it harder,
but not as rare as you think.
No, she had a following. She had a following.
Yeah, you can't give them like a little basketball tap. You got to like hit them to like really make them feel it.
They just can't. They
like
just can't make themselves known. That's all.
Yeah, they love it. It is once you really start to get how women start to process affection and emotion and passion and attraction. It's unnerving. It really is.
That's why I have the title I have down there on my tagline.
That's it. Yep. I mean, I had a couple girls who love it when I grab them, throw them over my shoulder like Caveman Jones.
They all love it. They all like
yeah.
That. Grab them. Yeah.
That's why the big girls like the big guys. I need somebody to lift me up.
They have to. They have to have that. Because I'm like,
I don't even like big girls sitting in my lap, man. Jesus Christ. No, don't sit that big ass in my lap.
All right. Here goes one.
Oh, man, go to sleep.
Here goes
I gotta say, my bad. I'm sorry.
For all you old hole lovers out there.
Oh no.
Oh shit. Is that Gummy Granny? It is. Oh shit.
I told you I was gonna put it on you.
I saw this.
Your Instagram wild as hell, man.
Dust off that box,
man. I was telling somebody that's my age bracket now. Shit.
No. Hey, that's the definition.
I thought about that. I said, I had to take a drink and go to sleep over this. Damn, I'm in the age bracket now. Jesus Christ. Those are my women.
Hey, that's what you call a gummy bear.
You gotta walk up there like Clint Eastwood at the end of Unforgiven. Nobody's walking out here in one piece. Everybody's getting laid down. Getting laid on the ground. Getting smoked.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
I gotta say
shit. He said the whole meaning of plug and play.
Plug and play, you ain't shit. Shit. Yeah, we on one tonight. Okay.
She's not.
It's the first and the full moon at the same time. Okay.
I mean, I remember having a great time with this redhead, and it's either Charleston or Savannah. I can't remember. It was one of those southern towns with a lot of black folk and white folks living around each other. And this girl was flat back, skinny ass. Like she looked like she could be like Pearl's younger sister. Like just skinny mini. You know what I mean? Like 5'6", 5'7", 120 pounds.
Oh shit.
And she loved me. And we were singing karaoke. I took her back to my Airbnb and I just
had your way.
Great time. Had a great time.
You had a great time, but the thing is, did she? How did you get rid of her though?
Oh, we went out there for breakfast the next day. I took her to her car, and I said, "Hey, give me a call." Gave her my phone number, my Google Voice phone number, Men get a Google Voice number. I don't think I ever got a call from her.
Save your
Oh,
life.
No, I might have gotten.
So she had a man already. Okay, you're lucky.
Most likely.
Yeah, because I mean, like once you go to like, there's certain spots like Charleston, Savannah, Nashville.
Oh yeah. She
There are
taking a girls
bachelorette
trip.
party. Like you'll see them having
Oh
a
yeah.
penis helmet.
Oh, she taking a girls trip. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I
Oh,
used to
yeah.
She
drive
was,
Uber in
Oh,
Nashville,
you got
man.
lucky. Okay.
yeah, she was queen of the flat back. Like, yeah, she's good looking lady though.
Mhm.
But she liked how I sang a couple songs, and she liked how I looked in my pants, and yeah.
Yeah.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, you make a leg shake though, then you have to go.
Exactly. Yeah. Women are complicated and not complicated at the same time.
They're not complicated. We just
No,
make them
it's simple.
complicated.
I was just about to say that. No.
Shakes from that hip all the way to the toes.
You make because we have ideas about them that they're not. Okay, that's what I had to find out over time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these bitches ain't what I thought they were.
Nope.
But I mean, like, what I mean is like the paradox that they have in their head of like they need a guy who's strong but soft. You know what I mean? Like that type of complication.
Man,
You believe the lie.
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
In other words, you like more than one kind of woman, don't you? They're not cookie cutter. Okay.
Yeah. There's man,
and they are the same way. They're different men for different reasons. It's like different women for different reasons.
Yep.
You know, women like the studs just like men like hoes.
Yeah. I mean, the two of the most beautiful women I've seen in my life. There's one girl who was like a tall, I think she was Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one, she was tall, but she was like Sudanian. She was from Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, she had this, I still think about her. She had like crystal black, beautiful eyes, skin.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked into a Trader Joe's. I started talking to her, and I was out of town and I had to come back to that Trader Joe's to come and talk to her because she was just, it looked like looking into a mirror. It was just, I mean, she was strikingly beautiful. I mean, and I got a little bit out of her, but she was looking for more of the traditional stuff and getting her education and trying to find
for money. That's what she's looking for.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you didn't have any at the time.
Probably.
Tell the truth.
Probably.
Jules. You didn't have it at the
I
time.
don't know that, but
Come on, tell the truth. Did you have money at the time, Jules?
I've always been, let's say from
yes or no.
From age 30, from that point, I was medium.
No, you didn't have the money.
I was medium money. Let's say 80. Let's say 80K. Let's say 80K.
You didn't have them. 80K. Okay, that's you on the cusp. Okay.
It's not great money, but
if she's striking like that, man, you got to be pretty close to master of the universe. That's what she's looking for.
Yeah. She probably
if she's that striking, if she's as striking as you say she is.
Yeah, on Wall Street, well, in certain groups, there's by grade. Once you hit a like when the woman hits like a 7, then you got to pretty much make at least 1.5. Was it 1.5 or 2 times the median income? Like that's how dudes would do it. So when she's an 8, basically once she's like a 9, I mean it's no 10, but when she's a 9, like you pretty much got to be a 1%. Like that's
yes. I mean, you can get her if the retirement is right, you can get her to choose you. But 8s and above got to choose you if you're a regular guy. Okay.
Yeah, I get chose by like 6s and 7s.
Yeah,
but like it is
adjustable 7, man. Adjustable 7 that's a spot.
Yeah, it's a spot. Yeah,
but man, the biggest problem I have is like adjustable 6s, white women, adjustable 6 white women try to choose me when they're like 28 to 30. I'm like, nah, can't do it.
Wait a minute, how tall are you, man? What are you like 6'2"?
No, I'm 5'11".
And you're on the cusp. Yeah,
you're on the cusp.
Oh, you
tall
enough.
The chicks don't know what height is anyway. So
right. They do exaggerate.
I do not want to have like a one, man, because white women age like grapes.
Generally speaking,
you're 40. You're 40. Get her young enough.
Yeah,
they can be exceptionally kind or passive aggressively.
It's real easy, man. If see a white woman and she's pretty, meet her mother. If you think, they'll give you an idea what she's gonna look like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you
age,
can meet,
age don't
if you
matter.
can meet a grandmother or see a picture of her grandmother, see what she looks like.
Yeah. I mean, I've had positive and a negative, but mostly it's been in the middle. That's what I'm saying.
It's always in the middle. Okay.
I mean, like, but I will give them this. They do know how to drop the handkerchief, and they'll do it in like a very funky way where you don't realize they're trying to seduce you, and it's like, oh, girl, go ahead.
Because it's not our mating strategy. We're aggressive.
You're not getting beat over the head.
Yeah.
Bro, all right. I gotta tell this one, right? I had a girl who was, I think she was either Dutch or Danish or German, and she would read. We went out to a couple of bars, clubs, dancing, whatever. And I went back to her place, and she started reading me this like story that you would read to children, and it was like one of these like, this is how mommy and daddy met each other and made a baby. And if you look at it, it's like one of these like books that is like Dick and Jane go to the park.
Okay.
But it's like, but they like take off their clothes. It was like square. characters,
Okay. Oh, she tried.
right?
Okay.
And but she would read it heavy in her like, God, this girl was
She's trying to get you in the mood, huh?
Oh yeah,
exactly. And she was like, look, this is how Dick and Jane take off each other's pants. And she would try to take off my pants. And then this is how Dick and Jane will kiss each other, and she would kiss me.
So that's
all
how she's
around.
being aggressive.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
Okay.
It was like passive
Passive
aggressive.
aggressive.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
And
you want me to nail you
this
to
is
the
how
wall?
Dick
Okay,
and
that's
Jane
okay.
make a baby, but I don't have to
So,
make a baby.
so why don't you grab her by her chin and pull her to you and put your tongue down her throat?
I did that, but it was
And
like,
it's over. Yeah.
What page was it?
but yeah, because
So, what page was it on?
like, I'm sitting there shocked at how it was very.
It's kind of
direct and
corny. It's cute, but it's corny, huh?
It is. It would explain what she wanted to do, and then, oh my God, you're doing this, but she's
Well, the
starting
thing
to,
is,
like,
the
loosen
thing
up her
is-
top and take off her sweater and stuff like.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh my God,
black woman would just sit on the couch, give you a drink, and I gotta go to the bathroom and come out with a nightie. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like, I'm
Yep.
gonna go to bed, and then just
Girls
go.
are not good at giving game.
Well, no,
very good and corny, and both of them work, but it is shocking to watch how it works.
Well, they just don't want to be judged. They don't want to be. They don't want to be rejected.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's why
all
girls.
it is.
That's all girls don't want to come up to guys at bars and shit. It takes a lot for a female to come up to bars like, I like you. Let's stuff like that. They'll send messages like, look at you, try to get near you, stuff like that. But they won't just outright be like guys be like, hey, can I sit here? Da da da. Like
the best I've gotten is they'll pinch you on the ass a little bit, like they'll brush against you.
That's aggressive.
Oh yeah, that's aggressive.
Yeah, that is aggressive.
No, that's the best I've seen. Outside of that, it's like they'll do the eye wink and then smile, nod their head around. But yeah.
And that's why I say, man, if a woman doesn't if she doesn't fully express her sexuality with you, man, like
leave her alone.
Yeah.
Start clapping it out.
Like, yeah, man.
Uncle Rom said it best, man. If she don't lust after you, walk away.
He loves it.
Yep.
I just said, yeah. Uncle Rom said it best, man. If she don't lust after you, walk away.
Yeah.
That was a damn good video. I love that video.
No,
I do. Rom needs to get more shout outs because he is like he's a very DC, PG County, Anne Arundel County brother. I've met a bunch of dudes who try to get him and that type of concept, but I've met guys who don't quite hit that thing, and he's trying to convey a lot of ideas in the one, and he does do it very well. But so I think you might you're from the area, but this is that type of brother who's been there from 40, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Who understands that mentality of type of women. And then I'd love to hear if Ron has a lot more information about the import women, the immigrant women, because he has good info. Well, I don't know if he's at
man. I mean, Caribbean women, man. He's been with plenty of Caribbean women and a couple Asian women, like Japanese. Yeah, like I met Rom.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I met Rom. I met Dr. Anwar.
Yeah.
He's huge. I mean, like
Charles said that too.
Dr. Dunbar is a very typical black man who's hitting his spots in DC.
Yeah,
there's a lot. There's not a ton of them, but there's a lot of guys who are like him.
Yeah,
like 5,000 instead of 500,000. But there's a lot of dudes who are like him, who got the PhD, masters in like a specialized area, who are doing their shit and working well.
Oh yeah, that's why
Sasha, I consider you one of those guys.
Well, I like to be kind of incognito. I really do. Like I just like to move. I like to just move. Like, I just like to move around like the way I want to move.
Picture of Dr. Dunbar in the back of a photo with Kevin Samuels in them.
Yeah.
He's like 6'3", 6'4", and he looks like he looks like one of the short guys who's like, hey, don't forget me. But like he's a nice dude. I've been in this chat when he runs his show a couple times. I still subscribe. I jump in. I hit the like. But like, there's a lot of guys who are like him in that DMV, basically Baltimore to, let's say, Philly down to Richmond.
Yeah,
a lot of brothers like him. Got the PhD, got the masters, whatever, and they're hitting their spot. Boom. But they don't get that charge what they do, but not what they expect,
because they don't have black sex appeal.
Yeah, they don't have the edge that black women want, and even though on average black women are the most educated and they have the most college training and the highest income on average in this area. In the country. But like when you see the way how the majority of them act, it's from 92 to 85. It damn near looks the same.
Yeah,
seriously, in this area.
Because I've been in a lot of places where black folk are doing well, blue collar and white collar.
Yeah,
and blue collar folks get shit on. White collar dudes just don't get.
Man, who you telling
at all? It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah,
I can make more than a college person, and they still shit on me just because oh, you blue collar. I'm like, yeah, whatever, fuck, motherfucker. I make more money than you.
Yeah, it's what game do you want? In my opinion, it's what game do you want to play?
It's the prestige element. Going from white collar to blue collar, you really get it. And I'm a car guy, so for me, I always say like, it's the Benz E-Class life, not the F-150 Lariat life, right? Both of these cars cost about $50-something thousand, $60,000, but the bit is just you want to pull up in the Benz. You want the Benz lifestyle. You want that prestige, right? So,
but the gripe is the vast majority of them can't even really afford the fucking Benz, even if they have it.
Here's a Honda Civic, not even the Accord.
I want a Toyota Camry. No, y'all are correct about the women. You're right that these women are shit. Y'all said Honda Civic. They're freaking not even Sonatas. Like that's Sonata. They're not even Elantras, but they want you to be at least the Benz E-Class, right? And that's for the ones that have a issue with blue collar, right? It was kind of a shock to me to go from white collar to blue collar because I did it backwards as fuck, and you still get women. You just get a different type of women. Yeah, you still get women. You just get a different type of women that pay attention to you now, right? And I grew my beard out. I didn't have my beard out when I was in the office, right? So you just get a different type of attention. And by the way, you could still pull white collar, but now they hit you with a certain sexual energy that maybe they didn't hit you with when you were white collar. That's the interesting part. They damn near want to treat you like a concuser. Funny enough, like that's what it is. You're blue collar. You're a dumb. You're not smart. You don't get anything. And until you open when I open my mouth, they're like, oh shit, he's one of those.
Exactly.
They hit you when he's one of those.
Oh, he know what he talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You the smart blue collar nigga. God damn.
What you doing down here? Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
It didn't say that.
Wait a minute, wait, BGS. Wait a minute. I hate that you called me up because now you didn't trigger me for real. One of my biggest gripes is when black women say, "Oh, I thought you dated white girls." Bitch, I want to fuck you. Like I want you dumbass. Like because it goes to what BGS was saying. That's their way of saying, "What are you doing here?"
Yeah. Nah.
What are you doing down here?
Your tag says blue collar nerd. What are you doing over here? Yeah.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah,
Anytime a black
I've
woman said
I've
that, I
had the
would say
same.
sometimes I
Damn,
do.
am I
I know how you feel on that, man.
Sometimes
'Cause
I
I
do
actually
date
have.
black
One time.
Sometimes I date black.
Go ahead, Art. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I talk on my
No,
show.
you can't. But you know how it is. Order in the court.
I don't know why niggas got host panels think they should be talking. Go ahead, Art.
I wonder about that, huh, Mr. Z?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the last date that I went on before I went completely MGTOW monk, a chick said that to him. I was like, now I will never escape this shit. I will never escape this shit. Where I'll be told by a black woman, you act white.
In other words,
you're in the wrong bar. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not a nigger enough, and yeah, you know, and you don't have enough edge. That's basically all that they're saying, really.
Yeah,
you know,
pretty
you
much.
enunciate you actually enunciate your words. Oh shit! Like,
and that's why I probably need to date Hispanic women.
oh yeah, they'll pick you up, man. Latinas don't fuck around, man.
And appreciate you, D. Scott, for that cash. He says $5 for child support they can't get. Who was next?
Somebody was telling me they understand my struggle. Somebody was saying, I don't
Yeah,
remember
this is
who
Wolf, man. Yeah, I said, I completely understand that struggle, man. It's like, wait a minute, you don't look like. The tagline I used to say, man, when they would hit me with kind of like, you kind of a nerdy, this, that, another. I was like, you gotta understand something, man. I'm just a square nigga with thug dick. You know, it is what it is. And that right there, when you say that to them, it blows their mind because they don't know what to respond. They don't know how to respond to it. Like, what? And then when you give you that chance,
he didn't just say that shit to me. But I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's when, as soon as they try to find out, you take it. You tear their ass up. And I mean, all that aggression and stuff that you had from when you was mad because they wasn't talking to you, you just unload on them and just sweat them out. Or somebody I know once said, slut them out.
Yeah, and you grab them by the hair, back of the hair, tell you better not come.
It
makes
I tell you to.
And then they got all the time in the world.
It'd be like, what's called from 300? You're not going to enjoy this, but I am.
Oh, no.
This will not be over quickly, and you will not enjoy this. Actually, I'm like, you definitely gonna enjoy this because I'm gonna tell you right now. Look, after we done, you pretty much gonna be like, I can't let you meet none of my friends.
Oh yeah,
because that's exactly what they're gonna do. They will never. That's how you know you done it because they don't want you to come around their friends.
Mm-hmm.
And see, the other thing, it was something else I was about to say real quick before I land this damn plane, and too old to remember, so fuck it.
You got to circle the tower again, man.
Yeah, like damn. What was it? Yeah, man. I'm with the brother that was on earlier that felt a certain way about the repeal of affirmative action. I felt to say, but I called it too, BGS. But when you call it, you're like, it's gonna happen. But when it happened, I'm gonna be mad all over again. And I am. I'm like, fuck y'all. Even though I know we wasn't benefiting as black men and et cetera, but still, it's the symbolism of it, right? The symbolism of it getting repealed, and then the sentiment behind why certain people are backing it being repealed. That really, it really grinds my gears. It really grinds my gears. So, yeah, like, yeah.
Well,
watch Dr. GG's video on it. It was
you get
good.
to play Negro again.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the latest group that was getting anything really getting moving forward with it were people from the Middle East and LGBT. So, I mean, let's get rid of it.
They got to cut another deal.
Didn't they sign into law you can't discriminate against LGBT now? I think didn't they just sign that like a week ago?
No. They've been saying that's been around a while. It's probably another bill. They've been saying that, man, since the 90s.
Well, no. It's not discrimination. I think you can't fire them from the job if they LGBT.
No, it's been that way since the 90s. Yeah.
Listen,
unless it's something real recent that they signed something else, maybe trans or something like that.
They are very aggressive when it comes to their careers. They make more money than heterosexual couples.
Yeah,
all right,
I noticed that
they are not. Don't believe that. Don't believe those supposed innocent looking faces, man.
Yeah.
They are cut the fucking throat.
Oh, yeah, there's the biggest group, one of the big groups of Republicans, actually log cabin Republicans, all gay.
No, I trust me. I know. I got a gay neighbor, and it's 2 white dudes, and literally they have like the nicest house in the neighborhood now.
Yeah, and probably registered Republicans too.
Probably. I haven't really asked them their personal views yet.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Look up log cabin Republicans.
Keyword log cabin.
Log. Damn it, Art, you beat me to it. Damn it, Art. Hey, I was unmuting right when Art was saying it. I'm like, God damn, Art beat me to it. Oh God, for real. Damn. Yeah, no, we
on website. Shit.
We have we have the rainbows. We have the rainbows heavy over here in South Florida. And yeah, ain't nothing worse than two rainbow white dudes, bro, with earning 80 grand a year apiece. 90 grand a year apiece. No fucking problem.
More than that, bro.
No, I'm not going to 6 figures. I'm saying they're a problem at 80. They're a problem at
a lot of people don't see, like, if you look at the Democratic Party from Lincoln, there were letters that Lincoln wrote to a man called James Speed, I think.
Yeah, that's why they call it.
I've heard this before.
Log cabin.
Yeah.
Yep. I've heard this.
They used to sleep in the same bed, and
yeah. That's why there were rumors about
territorial
Lincoln.
expansion,
and
that's how they extracted that he had certain proclivities.
Yep.
But like, that has been around there. And then, I mean, DC called me out on it a little bit. I've lived in the DC area, and I've admitted that on BGS's private streams, right? But I lived in that area, and like, if you worked on the Hill or know people who worked on the Hill, got friends there are a lot of them who are gay. A lot.
Yeah.
Because they realize that is where the power is.
Yeah.
Is
hysterical.
And
man, you can see just the way they walk and dress, man. I mean they're professional, but like I could tell, like whenever I'm like, yo, I could damn.
I used to go to a house party that was in DuPont Circle.
Okay.
And every year that I went there for 3 years, for 3 years straight, you would find 1 or 2 folks men who were passed out in one of those, like, those tree banks where they got the trees with the little metal rafters around it that are like 6 inches off the ground, right? The South Tree, because and I'd find 1 or 2 passed out, drunk in those things, and one of them was the guy from Ohio, white guy, right? He might have got outed softly, and then another year, I was at that party, and then I had to go take a flight, and it sucked. That was the worst night of my life. I had to take a flight from DC to New York at like 2 a.m. and I went to that party, and like it sucks going to a party and you got your carry-on bag and all that shit. Like,
that's awkward.
It sucks, man. But I showed up. I shook some hands, saw some people, man. It was all that. And then the last year I was there, he wasn't at the party, but I was coming out of it, and I was walking down trying to catch a taxi, and it was DC used to have like those zones, and it sucks because you have to go to like the certain square to get to the certain way, because like if you go from zone 1 to zone 2, it's $50, but if you're in zone 1, it's only like $10, right? And this is me like at 25, and it was Jesse Jackson Jr. and he was looking fucked up. He looked like all the world had come crashing down on him. And I was talking, I was like smoking a cigarette, waiting for my taxi, and this dude came up, sweatpants, hoodie. He looked like he looked Pookie. He looked like Pookie, right? And he was like, "Hey man, can I get a cigarette from you?" I was like, "Shh, hold on." And I was reaching around, patting around, and I was like, "Oh shit, I got one more left." And I gave it to him. He's like, "Hey, you got a light?" And I was like, that's gonna cost you $5. And because that's how I always used to dissuade people from bumming cigarettes from me at the time. And bummed that, gave me the $5, and then I was like, "You look familiar." And he was like, "No, I don't." I was like, "Nah, you look like you look familiar." And he wound up walking off, and I went back to
course.
the hotel, like a half a block. It was like just behind the little portico. And I was talking to a black dude working the what do you call it, the door guy. You know, they take the car, valet. The valet.
Yeah.
I was like, hey man, was that Jesse Jackson Jr.? He's like, yeah. I was like, are you sure? He's like, yep.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit. Like, there's a lot of shit.
You
that
never
goes on
know
in DC.
who you never know who you're going to run into in this area, man. That's why I tell people, don't come down here if you're not prepared to fucking do what needs to be done. Like, don't come down here.
I moved out to the far exurbs, not just because of that, but because you don't like, I'm letting this out 10 years later, but like at least 10 years later. But like a lot of those guys are around there, and man, they hit their down spot there, and it fucks them up. Because once you don't have a window to crawl out of, you don't have a friend to call to help you, man, they get fucked up. Especially black men who hit that stride. Like he could have been a senator, but man, once you get locked out, that window closes.
Oh yeah, they don't waste time, man. My cousin came down, right? He came down with a lady from he lives in Ohio. He came down, we went out, and come to find out, the night before, he found, I think, a cell phone from a random black guy. Come to find out, it's the son of, I think, a congresswoman, a black congresswoman, or a governor or mayor or something like that in Ohio. I mean, just super random. So we go out and they allow us, they pay for all the shit, and we're in VIP, all this other shit. I'm like, dude, how you fucking know this dude? He's like, yo, I just found this dude's cell phone the night before. I was like, oh.
Okay, so who is this Ben? Hold on. Ben, who are you?
I've been on BTS panels before, so I'm not a troll or anything like that.
BGS, did you know him?
He's cool.
Okay. All right. Gotta still do
West
the troll.
Side? No, I'm playing it, y'all. Gotta be verified over here, player. No, I'm playing.
Hey, I ain't trying to get caught up no more.
I actually see you have to get that BGS seal of approval.
Now, what you saying, Ben? Ben, what were you saying?
You might have a delay.
And your mic is muted, so if you can hear us.
Yeah, he'll jump in.
Who was next?
I mean, somebody was speaking. Wasn't it Joe?
Yeah, can drop off.
No, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
When I was working with the Florida, I'll add to what the brother was saying. When I was working for the Florida Democratic Party, bruh, like you were meeting people and like you were meeting so many people, and you would hear later, like, oh, that's such and such uncle, or that's such and such niece, or that's such, and I'm like, oh shit, like I'm meeting all, man, and you got to be careful, like the type of jokes you make now. You got to be careful what you laugh at. You got to be, man. It was a lot. Because it all happens like in this condensed amount of time, and you're just meeting all of these people, and you don't know who's who, right?
Yep.
And yeah.
You got to be smart about it, man.
I have a picture floating around shaking Debbie Wasserman Schultz's hand. I have a picture shaking Hillary Clinton's hand. I have a man. I met so many fucking like influential people, and but here's the thing. So I have a picture shaking Debbie Wasserman Schultz's hand, and then I have a picture where I was low key sneering at her, and I didn't realize I was doing it until my coworkers were telling me out, like, what are you doing? Because like this is after the Bernie Sanders thing, right? The first time in 2016. So I was looking at her like, bitch, like you fucking like you fucking stealer.
You let the
right?
man slip, huh?
Yeah, I did. And like I didn't catch it though. I didn't catch it, and my other coworkers like caught it. I was like, oh damn. Like looking. Well, BGS no, but like she helped Hillary Clinton like steal the election from Bernie type shit. So yeah. So yeah,
I was at the Democratic Party primary, not in one of the Midwestern Appalachian routes. Like they fucked them. They fucked them.
Yeah,
Bernie didn't want to sink it, and like the people who were there wanted to ruin it for Hillary. It was a travesty. Once you get to that starting level, like you start to understand, like politics is a vicious game.
Oh yeah, I have I have siblings that are doing their thing right now, and yeah, man, like let's just say I knew about Andrew Gillum years before y'all knew about Andrew Gillum. Let's just say that. let's just say that. And like, I had to hold that shit. Woo! I had to, like, oh, okay.
When somebody does shit like that, man, that means they wanted to be outed because that's too reckless. Yeah. I don't think he really wanted to be that and try to keep hiding himself.
But no, but this is the thing though. Let's just say he could have had a cabinet position. He fucked up a cabinet position.
I'm not gonna lie.
He could have had a cabinet position.
I think Gillum got set up, and
He
didn't
in
get
that
set
spot.
Up, man. That's too risky.
I don't know, BJS, because there's Go ahead.
I don't doubt that he was played on the other side, but to get caught vomiting and passed out in your underpants or naked with another man that's a setup. It's a setup. And that's a setup. And it's the same thing I thought would happen with what's the black man who was with he was the lieutenant governor of Virginia, Fairfax, right?
Oh,
and he got caught up in some Me Too stuff that happened like 12 years before, and he had like 2 or 3 people who vouched for him, women, and
talking about some Elliot Spitzer type shit. Go ahead.
There's been a lot of women who've been trying to seize.
I don't think Gilliam got set up, man, because there's a lot of people actually riding for him. I don't think he got set up.
So who set him up? Jack Daniels or Vodka?
No.
Hysterical.
You could dope him up and just get him sprawled out. Get a couple pictures of him sprawled out and naked, and that's very easy.
I'll give BGS this because
he didn't deny it though.
Yeah, no, I'll give BGS this. He is not known to hold his liquor. I'll say that. I'm talking about Gillum. He's not known to hold his liquor. So yeah, that part too.
Fair enough.
So
because he's holding something else.
Anyway. Hysterical and true. Hysterical and true. But yeah, so
and guess who didn't defend him? His wife didn't defend him either.
Nope. No, because she was in on the game. She's been in.
So that told me that it probably wasn't a setup. It just
soft defense.
He stretched. I don't think he really wanted to be that, man, because you taking too many chances.
I mean, he was running hard to get that spot.
I'll say
he wanted like a situation with like Barack when he was running against Patrick Ryan in Illinois, which is like that guy would have come out with something that fucked him up. Because Ryan had that thing where he was with that girl who was on Star Trek. And she came out saying like, "Oh, my husband was in all these swingers clubs." And she was. Look, I'm not gonna say like I know a lot of guys here, not in the white women. She was in higher.
But when you playing for the other team like that, man, you're supposed to be married with kids or something like that, man. You can only do that with people that you trust. I mean, you gotta very high paid. You can't fuck that up.
And you gotta be vetted, man. You can't play with that.
There's plenty of people that swing for the other team, man, that need to be have as much to lose as you.
That's the game.
Something that I'm coming to the more and more realization of when I meet these people, or when I hear their backstory, or when I'm told by very people that you could believe, right, about their backstory, they get tired, man.
They do.
They've been on this mission for decades. You talking about people been telling, "Oh, I could see where you're gonna end up. I see where you're gonna," and they've been hearing that since they were 14, 12, 13, and they've been on the straight and narrow for 2-3 decades. Yeah, right. Exactly. So they get tired. They get right. Like they get tired, and like I said, I have a sibling that's in the circle, and like that she told me like, bro, like such and such didn't run because they get tired. They're tired, man. You got to be on the straight and narrow. You can't tell people what you really think. You got to play 3D chess. For 2-3 decades they've been on this. That 4 decades sometimes. Like
Kamala has been in that game, and she's a great example. And she has been playing like she's a black woman for 40 years.
Yeah.
You really think about that.
Oh, she banging a lot of black guys, so you know how it is.
Yeah, but and then make it black. I mean, you could get shot up in the gut as much as possible, but she is not black. And that article that her dad wrote in the Jamaican Observer, I was like, I said this on a couple of other different streams. I was like, I am both blacker and whiter than her.
Yeah,
like,
but then
she is
Kamala's an AKA, man. She black, okay?
I mean, culturally, yes, she is the
culturally black. Culturally black.
She's the blackest Indian woman that you'll ever meet.
Yeah, she is.
Genetically, she is Indian, and people don't quite understand. The women don't get the distinction, at least not enough.
How many other
They
guys
get it. They get it.
Kamala Harris been with except black guys her whole entire life?
I mean, her husband, that'd be the one, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but once her dad posted that, when her dad posted that article in the Jamaican Observer, I was like, oh, snatched it, and it got unpublished and hidden in the memory hole. But like,
well,
like
his
people
politics don't necessarily align with hers.
No, because he's a university. I think
he's an economist.
Stanford.
He works with Richard Wolff.
He's a he's a leftist,
clearly.
Jamaican Indian. He's like a Jamaico Indian professor who was based out of Stanford. And he's emeritus now, so he's like, let's say Dr. T in 30 years, right? But he published that. He knows his family's history. He knows the way the Jamaican economy was fucked up by the British and other elements. And he saw his daughter on the Breakfast Club talking about, like, Jamaicans, we just known for smoking weed. I'm like,
I'm sure he had some words with her.
He was hot. I don't think they have that type of relationship.
Jules, if you're in South Florida and you've been around enough Trini and Jamaicans, yeah, you know the difference.
No.
Trini sing what they talk. That's what we make fun of them about. Somebody tell me I'm lying.
He's not lying. Oh man.
Speaking of trolling, I cannot believe somebody who claimed to be smart the other day told BGS that AI is not automation.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that
was
too.
gay.
I heard
It was gay.
Yeah. I was listening to that. But he got a hard on for you, BGS.
Was it a joke?
Because some people were conditioned but can't take it, and he was trolling me, and I think it was Arts Panel, right? Well, in the chat, right? I said, you're the epitome of an educated lame. And he goes, I said, but dude, you can't, you throw rocks, but you can't get hit, huh? Really?
Man, that's most guys these days, man.
Same thing with MOT. Whoa. Dude, you got any kids? Nope. You been married? Nope. So you're a male spinster. That's what you are. You're over 40.
Yeah. A lot of guys don't like the class scale because they think it's limiting, other than it just defines the landscape as it is, right? Like there's like my dad is he's a blue collar guy. He's a blue collar guy. My grandfather on my mother's side, white collar guy, very white collar, but he liked my dad because my dad was smart and ambitious.
Yeah.
And he really liked that. And like I said it on some other panel. I was like, look, my dad and I have been playing against each other in Jeopardy. He beat me until I was like 35, 40 years old. Like he's just that guy, but he liked his hands, he liked his body, he liked using that to make his money. And he made good money. And like there's nothing wrong with being blue collar and like using your body and using your mind. Because I know guys who are, they'll be, let's say you got a high school, college, maybe a couple of years of community college or whatever, and you got a couple certificate programs under you to get your certification, become a master.
Hi, have you ever heard of Mr. Z? Go ahead.
Yeah.
There you go. But
A
these
lot of
guys know what they're doing. They
Yeah.
just don't have the patina of I go into the office with like pinstripe suit. They don't go in like the Kevin Samuels, right?
Well, the thing is, I think it's when the females, when that element comes in, I think that's when guys really want to put their chest out. But at the end of the day, it's like, you need to be a well-rounded man. Period. Like,
like I think you got to get over it. As a person who went from white collar blue, you got to get over what the women are on, bro. Because it causes you to have low level contempt for white collar dudes who may not see you that way because they just see you as a brother. But the women,
he's a STEM nerd, man. I used to be a STEM nerd. I didn't get a degree, but the thing is, my chemistry class in high school, two guys actually went to Caltech when they left, and two guys went to Stanford. I've been around these people. Okay,
it depends on the guy though, seriously, because I know one guy at my old job, and like his brother was white collar and he was blue collar. He was a truck driver. And his brother couldn't fathom that his brother's makes as much as him driving a truck.
Okay.
And I told him it's like he's just a one up nigga. That's it. He thinks he's one up on you, but he's really not.
And most of the millionaires that I know are not white collar people.
I worked with my stepdad at the time, and he made a killing. Like people don't realize like how much money can be made of a blue collar guy. He was
it's a lot.
He was a foreman. He was a general contractor, but his specialty was masonry, and he used to do bricklaying foundations. Think of it. And this is when this Discovery, I think it was Discovery or Home and Gardens or whatever. They had programs that were coming out of like, here's how you could maximize your patio. And there was like a summer where he saw like a bunch of these like wives were asking the husbands, can you get a inlaid brick barbecue and pizza oven? And he was like, yes, I can. Brick barbecue, 5,000. Inlaid oven, another 10,000. And then boom, boom, boom. And he stacked and stacked and stacked. And he just put it down on I learned a lot from being around, like, how do you mix the bricks? How do you put them in water? How do you make the cement? How do you make the mortar? And it was it sucked doing it at like 12, 13. But I learned like he took the business and just hit it. And he had 5 guys, and every weekend, boom, boom, boom. And he invested his stuff in the old cars and stuff. But like these guys know how to make money, and they hit an opportunity.
My plumber made $1 million a year in the 90s. Okay.
Bruh.
So he was really making $1 million.
$1 million in the 90s.
Yep. Because I did that another summer, and it was double showers. So it was like dual showers that come from the front and the back. It was like somebody saw it in the movie somewhere, and all of a sudden, people just want to have the shower that hit you from the front and the back. Women control spending. Men can control production on that.
And this is why I say a lot of the college graduates, they're playing the prestige game. Well, no, hold on, let me correct myself. They think they're playing the prestige game, but the vast majority of them don't know how to play it. Because that's why they always want to come up with, well, I went here and I got my degree, blah blah blah, and that's why I say I like to move incognito because I can move in all the spaces. Like, I got my suit. I'm honestly the best dressed person like in the company.
Sachi probably got like
I've been there.
Let's say five good suits, a couple specialty, like a tuxedo, and then seersucker. And something, you know what I mean? Like you just gotta have that.
You sound like Mr. Z.
I was just I've been there. I've been there.
But at the same time, I like to get my hands dirty. I've always been like that since I was a kid. Like I was working on my car today.
The status thing we need, because that is a big thing, particularly for the women. That's a big bragging point. But the overhead sometimes to achieve this supposed status, right? It's crushing.
Well, I would say first is more for maneuvering socially. It's more for power, in my opinion. Like women they're like dessert. They're an afterthought, and I'm not putting them down because when you have your mission, and when you have your mission ahead of you, take care of your health, and you got your team and or advisors around you. Like, you're not really worrying about women. The women are going to come anyway, and they're supposed to be choosing you anyway. But for you to maneuver, especially amongst other men, like, you need to be competent, and you need to have a fucking team.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
I agree with you on that. But I think the biggest benefit women have is their network can be so far wide and spread that you don't realize how effective it can be. If they have,
yes,
it's fantastic when you have a woman who can like talk to your boss.
But that's where the social class comes in, and that's understanding one now with BGS's Octane. So now that means you're understanding socioeconomic background, which a lot of black folks don't get. Because when BGS brings it up, they get fucking pissed.
Because woman I work with,
class
not
compression,
but like we attend certain conferences. I missed one that I was supposed to see her at this past week, but she has normally been a good connection to get me FaceTime with a lot of people who want to hire out people to do cloud development stuff in a specific sector. And she is dynamite because she likes me. I like her. We get along. We understand what the mission is. We would be married, except for she does not want children. But we have a good time when we're with each other, all things included, except for children.
She's black?
It's no.
Okay, that's why I was like, she's black?
But
I
I say in the past, I have had black women who have done that. They do want to have sex with me, and they do want to leave their husbands, and that's a very big. There's a lack of compartmentalizing in the black community that needs to be addressed. Like, how do you do that? But the woman I work with, she's getting me a contract that I sent out my spec sheet to. I sent the scope of operations, and this could be something that could really hit me into the next level. And I'm like, I'm very happy with it. But it's like if I had but there's very few black women I've seen who can really do that and get it and move.
Yes,
it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's like I can make good money, and I would love to do that with a woman who shares my reflection, shares my interests, but does not want to control me.
But see, the other thing is that when they go into those spaces, a lot of them, when they go into those spaces, they don't know how to maneuver because they're trying to fucking boss everybody around, and they think, oh, you're just being racist or being sexist. No, you're a fucking bitch. That's it.
Why your way through
it. Is it just me? But what I noticed is, I think I got on GD's panel one time and said that most of those women who have those accomplishments, when you try to have a basic conversation with them and you employ 10th grade vocabulary, they seem to even lack the capacity to understand. I remember speaking to a graduate one time, and I said the word rigid, and she's like, "What's rigid?" I'm like, "Really? You graduated college and you don't know what the word rigid means?" I was confused.
I mean, some of these women will have master's degrees and they'll just play dumb.
Yeah,
they're playing dumb. They know what it means that they play dumb.
Oh yeah,
no, not all of them. They regurgitate well.
Yes,
like when regurgitate well. They know enough to actually get past the test and get through the courses, but they don't, they don't take it seriously. They're not there for knowledge. They're there for the degree.
Yeah.
See, yeah, I get what you're saying. I like to assume that they're smarter than they seem and play dumb.
No.
Because
there's too many. There's a lot of chicks that come through that are trolls. They have master's degrees, man.
You're right.
Some of them actually on PhD track, right? And I blow their minds with just simple shit, man.
Yeah.
Like I argued with I was on BMT's channel. He invited me up, man. He was going with his homegirl from North Carolina. She's an attorney, right? I was just fucking her up with history. I said, remember the 1976 ERA amendment, right? Equal Rights Amendment. I said, why did it fail, especially amongst women? She said, blah blah blah. I said, no, it's called the draft. They didn't want to get drafted. You should know that you're an attorney. That's legal history. It's simple stuff. And she got mad at me.
Meanwhile, there's people in this cohort that'll play dumb. Like, bro, if you pay attention to Dr. Neal,
Ronald Neal.
I mean, like he subtly lets out like I think that brother knows like Greek and Latin and old stuff.
He probably does.
Like, yeah. And he'll like.
I mean, that's probably a requirement
of his BMA. Because like when you get those religious texts, I'm like, bro, I've read Josephus, but I'm not. He got a PhD in this shit. Like, bro, send him a $5 super chat. Like, send him a.
I ran into him last year in New Orleans. Like,
yeah. Because he knows, like, I have 2 bachelors, 1 master's, and that dude he's smart, but he understands the mission, and he is living his life. I mean,
you could tell that Dr. Neal is like old school, so he knows how to like bring it up and then bring it down to some people can understand the basic stuff. So if you have any like if you've been around those circles, you definitely know Neil is very, very, very smart.
Yeah.
And Robert,
it's
I'm
not even
gonna say
smart,
Robert,
but it's like he went through the
Dr. Neil is
grinder.
not Does that again?
He went through the grinder to get that type
Yeah.
of education.
Yeah.
Like there's a,
Yeah.
like to get, you know, they talk about the mountain to get the PhD is like you get to one level and you're like the base camp. The next level to get the master's, you're at the next base camp. To get to that PhD at that specific level in religious studies is like you're at the peak of the peak in your specific area.
Yeah.
Right?
All you're
backed
doing is
out.
just research and writing papers. That's all you fucking do.
Yeah.
And it's shredding your shit apart. That's all they're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
it.
Yeah. And he's not like he's not writing books that are going to be like Cornell West type of stuff. Like I mean, he's charismatic enough that he could do that type of stuff, but he took a position. And
isn't that how they get their tenure,
institution.
Robert? Doing that research.
He's at an elite. Well, yeah, he did that, and he got an elite institution. I'll say this right. BGS is attracted PhD candidate, PhD professors tenured. I think almost all, except for maybe Dr. Gigi. I think there might be the only one that doesn't have tenure, right? But they are at top tier universities, tenure, and they have the Dr. Neal, top tier university in the Southeast. Dr. Johnson, top tier university in the West on a teaching area, right? So he does research, he does produce, but his mission is to teach and like to expand.
Yeah.
Right? And then Dr. Thunder, top tier at the Ohio State. I've had I have a couple of musicians in my family who've been on this channel, right? And they are impressed with him. These guys are people who signed to, you know, Warner, Blue Note, whatever, and they are impressed with Dr. Thunder. Like they respect him, and these guys they're known in the jazz community.
You know who slept on?
Position. Yeah.
You know who slept on? Art Newstyle, because he has like what the equivalent of a PhD in art.
Yeah.
Art slips out a little bit every once in a while. The connections, the names.
He's very well known. Very well known in the in black politics and black in the black conscience or black what we call pro black community. They know him.
Yeah. He knows. Art knows what he's talking about. And I like. I mean, like I like the panel, all that stuff, but he hits a couple milestones and stuff. And I was like,
very well connected.
Yes, he knows what he's talking about. He hit a couple good things on the stream, probably like a year ago about Allen Iverson. I was like, dude knows what he's talking about because I wrote one of my dissertation was on Allen Iverson and the effect of a black male in politics. But like I know the effect of having academics who are pointing to this type of stuff. You have to appreciate it, and they're putting the face out there. They're putting the credentials out there. It is incredibly valuable.
That's the only way you get change. Yeah.
It's true.
These guys are putting their reputations up there.
There's some guy in California that bought all of these PhDs in here. I don't know what his name is again, but he bought all these PhDs in here, and it looked like there's some change going on. It looks like there's some
final boss.
Yeah,
right.
I would tell them some things that don't get a lot of attention. You know, when I put them out, they're not meant for the layman. Okay, it's meant to actually attract certain kind of people, like even the gynocracy, right? It was meant to attract people at that level. When they started, oh, holy shit! They said, everybody said, "Oh, that's cute, a gynocracy." But
black man with a PhD.
But Dr. T said that. He said when he had to grapple with that word, it was like, "Oh shit! Like this is the word. This is it." Right?
Yeah, because he was trying to get me to actually expound on what he calls black pill Pan-Africanism. Okay. Versus the what we've been taught because my approach, anybody's ever heard me, and Salt, you can tell you, I don't have the same kind of approach to Pan-Africanism that everybody else does. It's more pragmatic.
Oh, yeah.
More pragmatic. Because I talk to the Africans, it's not about what we think about, it's what do they need, and how can we help, and how can we be a part of it. And that's not the way it's taught over here. Okay. Yeah. Like, it's all one Africa. That is bullshit because you go to any country In Africa, you got like 10 different groups, okay? They're not all
Yep.
one group.
I've been to 10 countries in Africa. They are not the same.
No, they're not.
They are.
No.
It is tribalism. It is
Yes.
tribes that are
There's
1,000 years old at the minimum.
Yeah.
They're
in some
just as
areas.
tribal as we are in the United States. It's not all
Yes.
one thing, okay?
Mhm.
But so the thing is, what do they want in common? And that's what you have to focus on. That's what I focused on. I said, okay, I see what y'all need. I see what's
This is
happening.
what
Go ahead.
this is why I agree with you, BGS. A lot of people get the degrees, right? Because they could regurgitate knowledge, and very few, and some of them can absorb it well and understand it, but they can't disseminate it. And I know it's like a lot of the like people like Dr. Neil, Dr. Gigi, and T. Son Johnson. What makes them very good is because they can conceptualize at a high level, right?
Yes.
And break it down so the basic, the individual can understand it. Like even if you're not like highly educated, you could get what it.
Yeah.
Trying to, you know.
But on the converse, what makes them important, and probably I'm hoping I'm not telling too much. Okay.
If you are BGS text.
No, what I'm saying is on the converse, what makes them more important in this arena, right? They can take what we are saying, okay. You're saying as laymen, right? Is in aggregate like 100,000 people, and translate into academic language that can be a process by lawyers, politicians, diplomats, that kind of stuff. Because what we're saying is fine, but the thing is they have to use their PhDs and their CVs as to translate this right into people that can actually move shit around. Okay.
Yeah.
So we got the popular support, we got the base, they got the what can I say, the popular push, right? But the thing is, you still need that spearhead, that point to actually get through that, right? They are the spearhead. We're the shaft of the spear. But the thing is, shaft of the spear is just a stick until you have a spearhead. Like Kevin was a spearhead, right? We had already established all this kind of stuff. The thing is, to get into popular media, right, you needed a guy that can actually penetrate that veil, penetrate that rooftop, right, penetrate that glass ceiling. Once he did it, the whole shaft came through. Like now you can't stop it, right? It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Once you penetrated it,
boy, they hate that.
It's too raw. It's too raw over here. So that's
raw.
And I've said this before. When I do taxes, one of the guys that do taxes with, he's from Sri Lanka, CPA. He's on the Hill. He's written research, like you can see his stuff documented. He reports to Congress.
Yes.
And we have these types of conversations. We go, head to head.
Yeah.
So and then right next door, like Sashi, do you remember? This might have been 2 years ago. There was like an Uber driver dropping off a truck, and all of a sudden these three teenage girls took the car. He tried to grab it, and he got thrown off the car like 50 feet, and then died, collapsed and died. Right. That happened in like, I want to say like Union Station, which is 3 blocks from Congress. Like all this stuff, it happens in very similar environments where like heightened stuff of people getting policy, prescriptions, procedures done, and then death, destruction.
Oh yeah,
all of that. It'll happen all at the same time.
Yeah. The thing is that, and this is what I tried to translate to the Black Brain Trust. They got some of it, but they didn't get all of it, right? Okay. And I'm gonna say it here, and I may get in trouble, may not, right? Okay, if you're gonna affect change, right, especially in a small group, and I'm trying to get Dr. Johnson to actually find this quote from Gramsci, right? Okay, a small group with the right time and the right environment can actually move things, right? The thing is, you have to know exactly which lever to push or pull at the right time, and that's the hardest thing to get people to realize at this level. Okay. Sometimes you need a lot of people, right? If you want to do it by brute force, but the thing is 9 times out of 10, that's 99 times out of 100, that's not going to get done that way. It's knowing exactly, okay, what lever to push it. You have to understand what the people in power actually need. Okay, what do they need? What are they afraid of? And what do they want you to know? And what they don't want you to know? And sometimes you can do. It's a mix and match of both, right? If you know where those buttons are, I always say it's like have this big ass engine, right? And Mr. Z will probably 12-cylinder engine, right? And somebody walks up to it with a little tiny screw, a little tiny nut, right? You say, what if I just drop this right here? All the mechanics jump and say, "No!"
Oh, we're gonna cut your neck off.
Yeah.
No, don't drop that shit there. I said,
Mhm.
okay, all right, why not? You're gonna fuck everything up. Okay,
Yep.
so what do I get for not dropping this screw in your machine? What
Let's
do you
negotiate.
want? Yeah, let's negotiate. Okay. Sometimes that works.
I
I'm not
tell you
saying
what
that's
will
what you
happen if you drop that nut in the
I am not
engine.
saying I'm gonna drop it. I just asked. Okay, I just
All
asked.
right.
I'm just asking a question.
I
That's
just
it.
asked a question.
Well, hey, let me say this:
passport.
there is not a single cheap 12-cylinder vehicle. Not one.
Exactly.
All them shits are expensive.
Exactly. And I had one of those screws like a year ago, and Salchi was there. He was actually on my private stream, right? Had one of them screws, and basically Lindy said, "Don't drop that shit, man."
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't drop that.
Are you
Don't
doing
drop
a
that one.
Patreon stream tomorrow, BGS?
I probably will. Why? What's up?
Oh, okay, I just because I get off work around 6, so I'll try to catch it.
Okay, you get off 6. What time you gonna be home?
6:30. Takes me 30 minutes to get the job.
Okay, so that's 3:30 my time. So yeah, about 4:30.
All right. Have you
Okay.
gotten the program? Have they like eased up on the scheduling and given you a little space?
Well, this is the thing. All right, so this new job was completely short staffed, right? So I've been everywhere. So now we just hired somebody to give me a little bit more free time. I think I may be off this upcoming weekend because I'm off Saturday. And usually if I'm off Saturday, I'm going to be off Sunday. So I was planning on doing a late night stream after BGS's Patreon. So I kind of figured BGS going to do a Patreon because I don't think BGS did a Patreon in a minute.
Yeah.
I did one last week. Yeah.
You did one last week?
Yeah, you did. It's good. Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say this to everybody. I said this to everybody. I said that D. Scott, great photographer, fantastic photographer. If you get access to his Instagram, great photograph. Hit up Theo. He is hitting on the last push before he starts to transform it. Hit him up because I think you got another year before he starts to say, look, I've trained these guys. They're getting it.
He's getting close to retirement, so that's probably what he's in. He's probably gonna go to Brazil or one of these third world countries and just I think he's in Eastern Europe now, and just disappear.
I'm not gonna say where he is, but he is. I mean, he's been putting it down. He's been putting it down, bro. Like
last I heard, Eastern Europe was where he wanted to be. So who knows?
Yeah. So
man, he's not giving everybody the determination.
So with me, I mean, now that I got a lot more free time now, and then the new guy is nowhere acclimated, and I ain't gotta like fucking watch him and stuff like that. So now I'm gonna start. I'm trying to focus now more so on my content creation right now. It's just
okay.
So because I know I haven't done a lot since I got this new job, just because I'm trying to get. I'm still trying to get these guys to make sure I learn everything and.
You got to take care of your day job first, man. I tell the PhDs that all the time. Take care of your day job first.
And then I switch over my 401k and all the other crap and how to get everything situated.
Well, you got email Salchi, man. That's what he's good at.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll try to email him.
Yeah, email him, because he can give you a hint or two. He won't charge you much.
I ain't got the bread money like I used to.
Oh, you can't. If you had to hire him, you can't afford him, man.
Yeah,
he has to ask for a favor because if you had to pay him, you couldn't afford him.
Yeah, man. So what is it? Because I was asking Gigi last night, or was it 2 nights ago? What does it cost to? I mean, not to have a state of the art YouTube channel, but to have a high quality. Like what typically what does that cost?
It depends. Are you talking about just to make a YouTube channel?
Not just. I mean, fairly high quality.
What's your budget now? What's your budget?
Well, no, I'm not doing one, but it was just based on what he was talking about.
Anywhere from 1,500, I say at the base, and then to whatever you want to put into your studio. Go like Vox, man. Vox, he's got a whole, he's got millions of dollars into his. It just depends on what just what it gets started.
Some of these guys have
like $1,500
studios. They have televisions.
I'll say whole warehouses.
Yeah.
This is a content creator who everyone here knows him, but he is not liked by everyone. but I think he spent 2.6 million, and
What?
his expenses. He earned 2.6 million, but he spent 2.4. But he got to live a life and then got to expense a lot of stuff out to building certain things out. Because like there's different things you could do for content that you could do, and then you could also have that physical.
Is this a black content creator or a white one?
Yeah, it is. I'll say
Black.
Officer Faulkner does not like him at all. I'll say that.
Okay. All right.
But
that's all we need to know. All right.
I mean, if you look at like Shay Sade, right, which
he hasn't making money,
which is decent. It's not, it doesn't cost very much. She probably spent maybe $1,000 on her setup.
Yeah, you don't need much.
You get a good mic and you get a decent decent camera, decent camera, and the rest is just your background. But really, it's just the mic, the lights, and the background. But maybe a good one would be like $1,500 to start. Depending on how you want.
I mean, so what do you think the monthly running cost is typically?
Huh? So what
do you think the?
Say look at Dr. T, right? Which is a pretty decent setup, right?
Yeah.
His biggest expense was actually the initial cost of the computer. I think he spent like his screens and his computer is actually like I think he spent like $7 or $8 grand on that, right? But he went balls to the wall. The best of the best. He's got the dual 49-inch monitors and shit like that.
Yeah, that dropped that monitor spot.
Yeah, So and he spent like $1 grand on the mixer and stuff like that. So basically, he spent out a good 10 grand on the setup, right? And that's pretty. That's pretty. I would say for YouTube, that's pretty high level, right?
That's on the high end.
Yeah,
that's on the high end, higher end. Yes.
Yeah, I think on my setup, I think I'll probably spend about $5.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got 2 monitors. I got a drawing monitor. But my shit was kind of cheap. Like I got my mixer. I think I got that at the pawn shop for like $40.
Yeah.
And it still works to this day.
It just depends on how you want your interface. Yeah. So it depends. So you could, if you want to show your face and stuff like that, then it's about. I say it's about. You start at about the 15. Like Shay Sade is probably right around that, somewhere around there. It's a pretty decent setup as a basic setup. Shay Sade and what's her name, Chantel Simone, people like that. That's about their budget of a setup, right? About $1,500. If you want to get a little bit more elaborate with the lights and shit like that, then it's a little different. But most of the stuff that you guys are gonna spend on really is for
the computer,
the computer and the monitors, right? Which that's when can be spendy. You get your decent mic. The mics they're using is probably the standard. I think that the mic is like maybe $300-$400.
SMB.
SMB. But all that depends on your voice and what you're trying to do with it and all that kind of crap. So.
And was it like $50 a month to I guess shoot 4K something like that? Am I right or wrong?
No, it depends if you're live streaming.
Yeah, are you live streaming
videos?
Yeah, if you're live streaming, are you doing like 4K? Is you can. Most even a basic smartphone can shoot 4K.
Yeah, it's more so about your CPU.
CPU, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not GPU bound. It's more CPU.
It just depends on your kind of look. But if you basically try to get started, I say about $1,500.
I have multiple computers. I spend a lot for my work experience, but I paid that off all in a month because I earn like in a W-2 or 1099 fashion. And think of YouTube as like the ultimate 1099.
You and Young Grizzly, huh?
Yep.
Overemployed.
Young Grizzly is he's my spirit animal. it's between Young Grizzly and Theo, my spirit animals. Man.
Yeah, Young Grizzly.
Actually, like I like Young Grizzly in the workshop, bruh. Yeah. I love that, bruh. he's like carving up stuff.
Yeah, he's a MGTOW, man. He's been with me since
he made a lawn Roomba. He made a lawn Roomba. I love him. Man.
Yeah, and one of our mates did. He's in.
He's still around. I gotta call him tomorrow, man.
How are you doing, man? I ain't talked to him in a while.
Yeah, I know. He's still doing good. He's he's Taekwondo. I think he got his belt.
Okay.
In Taekwondo, and he's still doing his thing.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was safe until I did see people messing with like with lawn equipment and like outdoorsy stuff. I was like, oh shit, they took our jobs. They coming for my shit too. Like yeah, but you think you're like, AI automation, you're like, it's gonna be a slow creep, and yeah, all my brothers and sisters in the cubicles, y'all gonna get hit real hard. And then I saw I saw somebody, I didn't know that Young Grizzly actually made like a lawn Roomba, but like I saw another video of somebody that kind of created something like that on IG, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's been around for a while.
Yeah,
they have robot controlled tractors, man.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen those. Yeah, and on industrial level too, huge ones. Yeah.
Hey, Logan's happening, man. Logan's happening.
Yeah, I just sent over a fact sheet to get like shows and terms signed off on to get a new contract. Like I bought a new desk to like accommodate that type of stuff. Like there's a lot of people are worried about like the big companies, and they are going to have a lot more automation. Like I sent a message over to 1MT about how Charles Schwab is going to be a pain in the ass over the next week or so, where they figure that out. But there's a lot of, I say like the 50 to 500, maybe 1,000 company. Like those type of employees, they need people who have the skills, who are going to get slow, automated skills. But they need people there.
But the thing is, look at like people like paralegals, right? Especially females, right? Okay, AI is going to kill them.
Not entirely, but I know what you mean.
It's going to. I say no one group is actually going to get killed entirely. Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about,
but like
50% or better.
Yeah,
well, I'll say this: one of the
bottom half.
One of the companies I'm being brought on board is they have brought on the Salesforce software, right? But they need someone to implement certain things that they want to get automated, as far as how do you contact it and log it, and it'll pull a lot of stuff from your emails, from who you call, and it'll like people don't realize how tracked you are, right?
They can track anything.
Yeah, everything since 2003. They've been tracking everything. But the big thing is like
you carry a tracker on your hip when you go out of the house.
Exactly. But the big thing is you need to have the relationship with those people who want to be tracked in the first place. And it's not just between like the relationship between the organization and the person at another organization. It's the person who works at this position, who's been it for 5, 10. I know John. I know BGS. I know Art. I know
the biggest problem, and this is something that people were worried about in the mid 2000s, right? The mid aughts, right? The data is there. The thing is, who can read it and make it make sense out of it, right? Normally,
how do you compress all that?
How do you pick the cherries off the tree, right?
I mean, like SAP was a good attempt at it, and it does it for a certain degree of it.
It's not even close, man. Even in intelligence, not even close, man. That's what the AI. That's what AI does. Okay.
Yeah, Harry Reid was the first attempt at doing all that stuff, and I think that alien stuff was a distraction. But all that infrastructure that got built out in Nevada, he was a forefront about that, and there was a ton of shit.
It's been there, especially after 9/11. All that stuff really got built. Okay.
Yeah, it was like, I think it's like the sharp cut on is anything you've put on the internet since 2003 is on. Is stored somewhere. Anything.
It's on some server somewhere.
Yeah. Hey, look, internetarchives.com got a volume 3 of BGS.
Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah. I have that on my Plex server, so I know what you mean. But I'm saying, like, I think 2003 is the hard cut on. There's other stuff that's before and after, but like 2003, Harry Reid and them, they put that into effect. And part of that was like that AT&T stuff where they were trying to harden national security and telecommunications.
No, they got caught doing it.
Yeah.
They got caught. They were already doing it. They got caught doing it.
Yeah.
They came up with a convenient cover story.
But the thing is, how do you make sense out of it? And that's where AI comes in. It can make sense out of it.
Yeah. Filter it down.
Yeah. So remember that. I don't know if you guys remember this, the Trust ID that China dabbled around with maybe 5-6 years ago, that was catching criminals, okay? And they cut it off because it's catching too many people. They're getting ready to launch that shit as far as the banking sector here. until the trust ID is going to be here. It's probably already it's here. They call it something else though.
We just received the new well, they put it out March, and my boss's boss, he just sent an email. He's like, "Yo, we're implementing something from this CB. I think I always forget the name of these ABC guys for small businesses." I'm like, "Oh, well, they're about to hit these motherfuckers." So yeah, you track everything, man. Like, you know, and again, even with this Fed now, I mean, like, if they do it right, like the banks are gonna have to work with them to also really work with the small businesses, because it's a big. People really don't understand the difference between the big businesses and the small businesses. The vast majority of businesses are actually small businesses.
Yeah, most of them are like 50 to 5,000. There's a bunch of like I'll give a shout out. Like Medium Man had a great 30-minute clip of like the top 20 businesses owned by black folks, and it's like 18 out of 20 were black men. And I know these type of guys who own like they own like
you share that art if you can.
Yeah,
this is what I'm talking about.
It was like oil and gas. It was retail. Like it was like very specific stuff.
Google Cloud launches anti-money laundering tool for banks, betting on the power of AI.
Yeah.
And the IRS can now look into your bank, into your bank accounts without notifying you.
Yeah. And that's why they were putting out the last 2 years, you reporting anything under $600. That's why, like people don't realize they put these little, I call them teasers out. That means some shit's coming down. Like shit's about to happen. But on our end, in the finance and the banking, like we really bore, like people just like, I tell people, don't be listening to all these people like on social media trying to tell you how to like, do your credit and you can get a business loan. I'm like, listen, I deal with business loans, small business loans. Like we're looking at you on OFAC. Okay. That's federal. So like, don't think you just coming in this motherfucker and you just getting money. Like we're checking your background. Like we're checking your LLCs. We want to see your financials, your personal financials. Then we want to see your business financials from a fucking CPA. Like, and that's how I know most people. I already know most people don't make money, but that's how I know most people aren't playing at that level. Yeah, because like I do the shit every day.
Yeah, someone I was listening to was talking about how it was a front-loaded bailout.
You got 50 gigabytes of me. I know I had that much. I know I had that much. Yeah, good lord.
Here's Selchie. Do you know who Mark Blythe is? He's a Brown University professor.
Yeah, I know Mark Blythe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He said that the PPP, all this stuff from COVID and on, was like a front-loaded rescue plan. Like they knew all this stuff was happening, and they front-loaded all this stuff well beyond what it would have normally been released if it was like a 2008, 9, 10. But they never stopped at a certain point, and they forgave a lot of it, like I think roughly $1 trillion.
Yeah, it was crazy.
They know what the books say. They know what will happen, man. And the banks are still shaking, even without front loading.
At my previous job, right? What was happening is that we were, even though we were getting high value, what people didn't realize, we were turning motherfuckers down. You know why? They didn't have financials. Nope. Yeah. Or if they did, we were verifying the shit. Nah, we're not letting
no ninja loans. No ninja loans.
So we were, because we weren't too big to fail. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So we already saw like some people were already trying to come in and rig the system. We saw it already. I'm like, yo, shit's go. I said, yo, when shit settles, man, motherfuckers going to jail. Like I already knew it.
Yeah, the frauds. Yeah. Didn't the Red Ranger get on that PPP loan fraud?
Yeah.
Might be going to jail for a long time. There's a lot of sisters and brothers in that shit too.
Oh yeah, I mean,
everybody free. They can't help it. Free money.
Exactly.
You definitely do not take that.
I tell people, I say on the tax side, I said, you guys really don't understand. Like you guys hear about the IRS, and you guys are just thinking about the general IRS. I said, you're not hearing about the elite part of the guys who just deal with the crimes. Motherfuckers see the shit. Like they got statistics on everything, so they already know you're already off base. Oh, wait a minute, you got that car? No, you can't afford that lifestyle. Like it's just like that. Before they even look at, that's where I'm at this point. That's how they know. And then they're gonna dig into your books. And a lot of these guys, again, they don't have their shit together, or they haven't filed in the last 2 or 3 years. You're fucking finished. If the IRS is coming at you and it's the criminal side and you already fucked up. You're done. Yeah. So I tell people, don't play games. Yo, don't play games, man. It's easier to do it right. It's easier to do it right from the very beginning. Yeah, it's gonna take you a little bit longer to make money or make a lot of money, but I'm telling you, you will not have problems on the back end. You just won't. Motherfuckers don't want to listen. Negroes don't want to listen. All right.
And you don't have, and you're not white on top of that.
So. Exactly. Yeah. You're crazy.
The guys I know who have, I have another accountant who's walked me through a couple things that you could really do, and if you hit a couple of different things in a row, and you really you pay attention to it, fastidious about your allocations and withholdings and whatever. Like I work in a very specific capacity, right? Like, hey, we're off channel, right? Nobody's listening to this, right?
Shit.
if I'm on, they're listening. Okay.
Yeah. No, but I do the multiple employment, like
Yeah.
Several W2s.
Speak your mind, brother. Speak your mind.
I do.
No, you get in the mic here, sir.
Several W2s, several 1099s. You have to hire someone like Salchi to make sure that you hit your taxes on time. But then Salchi will say, like, look, also remember your withholding, remember your allotment for your maximizing from all your 401ks, and then your IRA, and then you get hit the mega backdoor IRA, and then you could hit a retirement distribution post tax of about 66,000 if you're hitting the right numbers. I work all day though. Like I work. I mean, like I get up at 6. I do an hour workout. 8 o'clock. I'm at my setup, and then I'm done 7, 8 o'clock. Sometimes mostly 7, and then sometimes I'll come on one of these panels. Sometimes I go out with friends. Sometimes I go out with one of my lady friends, and then sometimes I'll chill out and just read a book. But like, work can be done to get you real money and good money. And if you have a guy like Salchi, he can tell you this is how you pay less taxes. This is how you pay your taxes on time. This is how you pay into retirement, HSA. Like, there's a bunch of different vehicles that are real, and then you get to the ones that are very, very magical. The universal life type of stuff, and most people will never get to that.
Yeah, you have to have a certain income level, and I mean, and this is why, especially when I started coming on, and that was on Dr. Dunbar's, and I was freaking out a lot of black folks on that one. I was like, yo, man, this is why I tell black dudes, minimum you need to be a credit investor, man. Just hit that status, and then the door starts to, then the door opens. But
it's
at
like
200,000. 200,000 the last previous 2 years, and you're on pace for 200,000 plus this year. That's the easiest way to hit it. But now, I mean, there's other ways to hit that, but now they actually, and a lot of people don't know, you can just take a test. But you better know what the fuck you're doing, because it's basically like, if you don't pass, you just don't, like, that means you don't know what the fuck you're talking, what you're doing. So like that has passed, but like they're not really promoting it yet, but it's pretty much already passed. So
let me ask you a question, Equalizer. What do you think, from your expertise, what's the average FICO score in America?
The average FICO score, man, is
like 600.
It's like 550.
It's not even 7. Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, it's in the 640 to 680 range. That's it.
Yeah, it's average. Yeah,
that's the range, man. Okay. But again, like, if this is the tough part, is people either have money and don't have great credit, or I mean, you want to have money and have great credit. Like, that's just where you want to be. Period. Like, and it's in my opinion, it's easy to do. get you a credit card, whatever you fucking spend your money on regularly that you will already need cash for.
Yeah.
Pay that bitch off.
Pay that off the
That's
same
it.
day.
Yeah.
It's not
Credit
hard.
is basically I am betting you my future that I can pay this off and get a small benefit. But credit card companies make off money because most people don't.
Credit card companies are bookies, man. They say,
Yep.
Are you good for the money?
Yeah.
You
Can I
can
trust you by giving you this money?
They're Joe Pesci in Casino.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna pay me back, you motherfucking Kanye's people? You know, like they're gonna put your head in the bike.
And on our end, like when we look at, especially my previous job, when we would look at your credit, like what a lot of people don't understand is like they're monitoring how much you spend and like your lifetime of having credit.
Mm-hmm.
Like at first, I wasn't paying attention until like I saw this older black woman. She had a black card, and she hit real estate, all this other stuff.
Really?
Yeah. So then I was like, hold on a minute. Then I looked at her, not the credit score. Then I was really reading it. It's like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this figure right here? Holy shit! They monitor how much you fucking use it and paid your life for credit.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
they do.
They're monitoring that shit.
They monitor your whole entire history.
Everything.
Amex does that real well.
Yeah, I met like 3 people who had black cards, and it's like they look. I've never met a black woman who had one like on her own. Like I've met a black couple, but it was not a woman on her own who had one.
Oh, I know a couple.
Oh yeah, no,
I know they're out there, but I mean, that's,
she was
spend rate, bro.
She was real estate. I would say I would say she was legit. She wasn't one of these women who was like just doing hair and like not actually like producing.
Yeah, because
you know what I mean.
Like Salchi knows, like, and BGS knows, and like every one of us knows a couple women who are on here. They are cooking and they are moving stuff and they are making stuff really happen. But they are not the majority.
No.
Well, nobody's the majority, man. Most, the black card. It's it used to be you see a guy with a black card either he's very rich or he's actually a crook.
Because it's like I think it's minimum of 250,000 spend, and you have to be invited.
Yeah,
and you got to pay that off. Like that's a lot of money.
The one card that I would like to see is the JP Morgan. Was it not the Palladium card? That motherfucker. That shit.
Yep.
Is a whole different level.
Yeah, you're moving weight. Yeah, you're moving weight if you do that.
Yo, you are a moving, successful small business. That's the kind of numbers you're spending as an individual, not for your business, personal.
No, you're not a whale, but you're a tuna.
Moving to that ocean.
Hey, tuna's
like, I'm a regular dude.
Tunas are big.
Because I have the Amex business. And my personal card is the CSP, the Chase Sapphire Preferred. And then I have the Chase Inc. But like, and then what's it called? The Amazon one. Like, and then there's the Amazon business.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah. Well, not personal.
Amazon business. Business. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can get a lot of these things if you start moving slowly up, but I don't need a bunch of stuff. And then you can start writing off certain things at a certain level. I'm not moving that fast. Not like 250K a year. Like I need 5K, 10K, 20K. You know what I mean? Like I have not scaled up. And one of people's least favorite competent creators is getting there. He's getting.
Wait, who is this guy? Who are you talking about? Who is this?
I'll put it in the back. I'll put it in the back chat for you, Salchi, because I know Officer Faulkner did.
Wait, do I know who it is? Is he?
You
like...
might, but let me see. Hold on.
All I know is I got my one little card. Well, 2 little cards in my little job. And I'm at like 750 on my FICO score.
Yeah,
you're doing good.
That's good. I mean, realistically, once you hit that 720,
yeah, everybody knows him. Yeah.
I don't like he is actually doing good things in a way. I don't want to spread his name because I don't want to fuck us with stuff. But I know people don't like him. But I know people. I respect that he's doing what he's doing.
He's a hustler. He's a hustler. I got to give him credit. I know the personality.
To a degree, I can agree.
Ain't no to a degree. He doesn't even deny it. He's a hustler.
Yeah, he don't deny it.
You don't deny it.
Oh yeah.
He hit like a vertical at the right time that like 20 years ago wouldn't have mattered, wouldn't have existed. And he is maximizing, and he's teaching the other young black men to do it, and then cut him back. And I give him credit for that.
Yeah,
like he's doing a good job at that. His Discord is not.
That's not his only hustle either. So
I haven't seen I haven't seen more than 10 minutes total of any of his stuff.
Yeah, I know. If you listen to him for like maybe 15 minutes.
I can tell.
You get the
game. You know the game.
You get the personality. Okay.
Oh, I mean, the first clip I saw, I think was like a year or two, and I could tell just by his sneaker game.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, and I think at that time he was in Atlanta, something like that. I was like, oh, you one of them dudes. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, okay. Yeah. I went to school with some of y'all.
Yeah. They got their fingers in a lot of pie.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Their business is money. It's not a business. Their business is finding where the money is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And grinding. So I got a buddy like that. He he legal or illegal. He's actually making like $500 a day back in the 80s. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm doing various things. So legal and illegal. So
hands in everything, huh?
Hands in everything. Yeah.
Rarely in the same spot long.
No. Rarely, and has a nose for money. The cats like they have a nose for money. Okay, they said how you figure out how to make money out of this, man? They have a nose for it.
Yep. Oh shit. Who won the Powerball tonight?
I have no idea. Did somebody win it?
I don't know. Maybe. I hope it was me. Hey, look, if I win the Powerball, I'm gone.
Wait, how high did it reach?
I think it's 460.
Oh, that's pretty high.
Oh, the government's about to get paid.
What he said, Jules says not enough.
No, I normally whenever it hits 500 million.
Oh, okay.
I buy like 2 or 3 tickets, and then I spend like 2 hours looking at the tightest mansions, cars, yachts, and I'm like, let me just dream. And this is better than any movie I could ever watch. And then when I wake up in the morning and I haven't won, or I've won $50,
I hit one like 30 million when nobody knows that I hit it. That's what I want.
Right.
No, I mean, I told y'all about the guy I knew who won a state lottery for like $5 million, and like it flipped his family up to the next level. If you win 500 million,
you need bodyguards.
I'm in a disclosure state, which is sad.
I mean, because my brother, he worked at the bank. He was talking about when how high did it get up to, like 1.5 million? I'm a billion.
I think it's like a billion.
1.5 billion. Yeah, and we were just saying, like, he's like, if we just set up a certain, I think an IRA account for everybody in our family,
nobody has to work anymore.
None of us have to work anymore. None of us.
Oh man, you know where I'm headed, man. I'm headed to several African countries, man, and putting up getting me a bank CD at 13%.
Oh yeah, you're gonna buy like CDs from Ghana, Ethiopia,
South Africa,
Nairobi.
I already know what BGS gonna do. He's gonna develop that app he was talking about. What's it? The Uber for hoes.
Okay.
What did you
call
hell
of an idea?
Come on in.
Now, what do you call that? Not what you said it was.
Instead of Uber Eats, Uber Skeets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we got about 500 million.
Pull it up with Little John.
We got bottle water and wipes.
Super mega mansion. Like there's this is a website I go to and look at certain celebrities who have houses, and a lot of celebrities have shitty houses and like great neighborhoods, but they don't have the best land. It's shocking. Like Shaq has like a 14,000 square foot house.
If you get that much, man, you go to Switzerland, buy your fucking castle, and never be seen again. That's what you do.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of folks who don't have it don't know how to like blend in the background.
Yeah,
and you become a target.
Yeah.
Right. But like,
Yes.
if I could just get like, I've seen. All right. So if you're on the East Coast, there are a bunch of people. I'll drop this one. Go to virtual globe trotting and find out where a lot of your celebrities live. There are a ton of people who live in nowhere, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and like
On
you would
purpose.
drive past it on like an offing going off to get a pizza, but like behind this row of bushes, that's like the 20,000 square foot, 5,000 square foot house of like Krzyzewski from Duke. Like it's all over the place, but people don't realize like most of these guys live well.
They're hidden.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
purpose,
hidden gems. Yeah,
Yeah, because when I back in the day when I used to deliver for a bottled water company, right?
Yeah.
I had to deliver to those houses, and it'd just be off in the cut somewhere. I'm just like, yo, what the fuck? And it's be like 3 mansions or 4 mansions in this one little cul-de-sac, and that's it. That's it.
If you're in Vegas, go visit Wayne Newton's house in Las Vegas.
Right, he owns a full fucking block, like in Vegas, like downtown Vegas.
More than that.
Yeah, it's one of those like in LA, it would be like
you can't even see the house. All you see is the gate. Okay.
Art, Art, can you bring this up on Google Maps? Because I've seen it before. Let me try and find it. I'll drop the link. But it's something like crazy in downtown Las Vegas.
What Wayne Newton's house?
Wayne Newton's house. Yeah.
Man, I forgot he was even alive.
I think he's still alive.
Man, it's a damn complex.
Yeah, it's yeah. When you go by, all you see is us from the outside is a fence. You can't even see the house.
Hold on, is that a good picture? Hold on, let me go images.
And it just goes from all. And it's not a little block either. It's one of those big, massive, like city blocks.
Damn, I was just in Vegas in October. I could have went and seen that.
You can drive by it, Wayne Newton's house. Anybody can tell you where it is.
My
girlfriend, she took me by. She said, "Let's go back and look at Wayne Newton's house." I said, "What the fuck?" All you see is fence. You drive and drive and drive. I said, "What the fuck? Can't you see where's the house at?" It's behind the
fence. Oh yeah.
I know.
You can't even see it. Hold on.
I found it. Wait. I found it. Wait, let me share this. Hold on.
Oh, he's selling it.
Is he selling it? Oh,
he says Wayne Newton's former ranch for sale. Peacock's not included.
How much?
Peacock.
I have no idea.
If you have to ask.
Yeah, that must be 20+ million.
No, more than that. No, well, hell no.
Damn, in Vegas.
It's 27,308 square feet.
God
damn. That's the house. That's the house.
What the fuck are you doing in there?
That's not the land that it's on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The mansion in itself is 11,192 square feet mansion. That's the main mansion. Main mansion. It's the small.
All right, I dropped it in the share screen.
But it has to
be property.
It has to be on like 2 acres of land or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't see it.
I think.
Is it on Main
Hold
Street?
up. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
Candy Red Mango.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it. That's it.
That one in the middle?
Yeah.
No, it's like do you see all that greenery?
You see the fence?
Yeah.
See all the fence? That's all of his land. Okay.
Yeah.
All that is.
Oh, that's
all of that around there is where you can't see the house.
Holy shit!
Pool, and then he's got like the big house, and then he's got the many. I've seen this a couple of times. He has this is all golf course managed. Like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. That's
Uncle Shane paid a lot of money.
And by the way, BGS.
Yes, sir.
She says hello.
Wow.
This is a whole.
Tell her I love her too.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone.
Hi, Candy Graham. How are you?
That's a lot.
Candy Graham. Oh my god.
We're gonna keep it clean.
Don't turn on your camera, Charles.
I have questions. But
I'm not. I'm not keeping it clean, but
I was gonna ask you how gooey is the middle of the Candy Graham, but that's okay.
Taffy. But anyway.
no nougat.
see, that's what you see from the outside. That's all you see.
God damn.
That's all you see. Can't even see the house.
Oh, there's a little security right there.
So you
Wow.
see all that is fence. So you go down there and see all that fence.
Wow.
That's all you see.
Well, how long has he been building that thing?
I saw when I saw it was like when I go at 2003. So that's been 20
he
years.
bought
He's
it
been
in like
building
the
in
60s or 70s.
Yeah, 60s. I think.
Wow.
There's another gate. And look at the walls. Look at the walls. No glass. No broken glass. So this is a nice area.
Well, unless you want to get visited by the mafia, you better not scale that fence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they got the trees along the whole and I'm sure they got cameras everywhere. Night cameras too.
They might have dogs on the ground too, I don't know.
Dobies.
Oh, yep.
Shit. God damn.
I would shit.
But
there's regular houses.
Yeah. But that's all you see when you drive around it.
Holy shit.
Can't even see the house.
Wow.
That's money.
That
That's
must
what you
be
call money.
That
That's
must
money.
be pissing. That must piss off a Mayweather.
Everybody understands you're not gonna have a bigger house than Wayne Newton, right?
Yeah, that's God.
That's understood.
God damn.
How many dicks he sucked for that?
He got famous at the right time. Yeah,
and plus, back then, man, involved with the mafia, there's none of that shit. So
look at when Dunkashan was performed for the first time, and then how much he made. Like, there's a bunch of those guys who are. Was it the guy who was saying "My Old Town"? I can't remember. There's a bunch of these guys who are like 80 years old who have 6-year-old women throwing their big old panties at them.
Yeah, and he's been on the strip performing for like 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
God damn. What's that? The new Bin Laden complex?
That's Wayne Newton's house.
Bigger.
Wayne Newton's house.
Mm-hmm. Or his compound. See all that?
Yeah, that's a state.
That, yeah.
That's a state.
All that
is
that's
crazy.
That is all Wayne Newton's house in the middle of the city. Yeah.
Is he like the governor? I'm like, God damn.
No, he's just been there for 50 years.
Well, they used to call him the ambassador of.
There's McCarran or Harry Reid Airport. All right. And the strip is what, right here?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
So that's what he's
quarter-mile off of it.
Oh, he's on the old side.
Yeah. He's been around a long time.
Holy shit. Damn. God damn.
See, that's Sauchi's future house.
That house is huge.
God.
Couple Mansfield people out there.
That's what you call Sauchi goals.
That's the Sauchi goals.
Damn. That's just gonna have me up all night. Like, I gotta take out the notepad. Hold on a minute. I think my goal is a little too small right now.
If I was living there, I would claim deed for Faulknerdom.
That's car museum. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he's got a car museum too.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard Jay Leno has the best.
Yeah, Jay Leno does have a big car collection. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you got damn, like when you go up there, nice place, nigga.
Yeah.
Look at that. Got the jet.
Oh,
was that Liberace shit?
God.
How big is Seinfeld's collection?
Look at that Hummer.
What at the house? Oh my God!
Yes, at the house.
Jetway at the house, man. This is
out of control.
He is cooking.
Wayne Newton. That's his museum, though. I think this is Wayne Newton Museum.
Oh man!
Look at that. That's you can't even walk in.
It's embarrassing. Yeah. That is
Look at the robe. Look at the robe. Oh.
I don't even know what to do with all that.
White James Brown. White James Brown. This dude is cooking. Oh,
yeah.
And me and my $20 Walmart mainstay.
Oh.
You might as well. You can't get close to it. Yeah. Wayne Newton, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, that size, man. He
got his Elvis suit. Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
And he's got the big eye paintings. Oh my God.
He
Yeah.
said, where are the
A
sex
lot
dungeons?
of yeah, for real.
He was like frozen in 1975. Like,
Yep.
oh my god.
Shenandoah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, he can do anything. He can do anything. Like it's a compound.
Got the museum.
Look at that. Look at
gold.
that. Look at that's upstairs.
Out of control.
Look at that.
You know, that's what the top he says. Wayne
Oh.
Newton, bitches, Wayne Newton.
God.
Nah, they say he don't have to say anything. Okay, she actually get in, walk into the walkway and say,
The mountains, the night, the
And
fleur de
faint.
lis. Does that look like
Yeah.
a fleur de lis? Uh-oh. Wayne setting up some certain
Wayne.
signals.
You would have to have security to
Jet
have a
bag?
party
Look at that.
because people can like hide out and get lost.
Okay, we'll get lost. Yeah.
Oh my, that's insane.
Lucille Ball. Oh my god. You got a Lincoln for her? Ah,
Mm-hmm.
bruh. This
She died in the 80s, right? Lucille Ball?
I think so. Yeah.
I want to say maybe the 90s. Because I remember her smoking on like TV and like maybe Letterman show, and it was very uncomfortable because like nobody was smoking indoors. But she was like, she was an old redhead lady smoking. She was like, chimney.
If it wasn't for her, we would not have Star Trek.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. She helped finance Star Trek.
Desilu
She
Productions.
died in 1989.
Oh wow. Maybe I saw her earlier.
Yeah,
Born in 1911.
Yeah, because she believed in Gene Roddenberry, and she helped them do Star Trek.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It failed, but it later got popular when it got into runs. The reruns
Made their
it
money
popular.
back.
Yep.
In spades.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And so, I love Lucy. Appreciate
Well, I
you.
Love Lucy made money in reruns, so that's how
Yeah,
they
it
made
did
their
too.
money.
That is one of the look. They say women can't be funny in comedy, right? She's an exception because she understood what it took to be funny. Make an ass out of yourself and do it consistently.
So her and Carol Burnett is probably the funniest. Too.
Yeah.
Yes,
Carol Burnett is
yes.
funny.
Carol Burnett with the ear and the Mama's Family. Yeah.
I mean, certain women are funny. I'll
Yeah.
just say that certain women are funny. There's not that many funny women, man. There's really
Yeah, Joan Rivers used to be hilarious.
certain women are funny. I'll just say that certain women are funny. There's not that many funny
Your sound is bad, Wolf.
Yeah.
I say,
Wolf,
so
your sound is
I
bad.
worked.
I don't think you can hear us.
Encrypted.
I
Pause.
got it.
Pause.
Okay.
Encrypted. Stop. Your
I
mic.
muted them.
Okay, I was gonna say, encrypted. Get your stuff. Your mic needs to tighten up. It sounds
Well,
like
we only got a couple more minutes. So I gotta go to sleep. So I gotta wake up
Yeah,
early.
I'm
I
very
was gonna
bound
say,
to stuff.
I used to work at a comedy club. I used to do door stuff, and I tried to do on the stage. Most people are not built for it. They're just not.
Yeah, like
It
Tiffany
takes
Haddish.
a lot. She can actually go out there and try, but I don't know how she succeeded.
She's about as funny as a building raid photographer.
I say more men are willing to go out there and fail and then try again and then fail and then try again and then fail and get better and then fail and get better and succeed to a little bit and succeed
Wait a
a little
minute,
bit
you're
more.
talking about Oliver Whitmore's love life?
I mean, I don't know anything about that. But like I'll say,
already.
I've said I've done it before, and I've done it a couple times actually, and it is very difficult to get people to pay attention to you and enjoy what you're saying and laugh and be willing to pay for what you're saying.
Yeah,
it's very few women are willing to do that without having to bring up their sexuality.
Yeah, he's done it a couple of times. Doesn't that sound familiar, Charles?
Well, at least I have a sexuality, you fucking eunuch. Yeah.
And very few people do it in a way that makes them real money. Like I remember I used to be able to hook up a couple of guys to go into the what's his name? The short guy. God damn. Kevin Hart. What he was doing, he was hitting stadiums. I got a couple of young men who wanted to get money during the summer to be his cup boys. And they were selling, $1,000 a night selling cups from his store. Like he was making real money. But I'll say, when you see how powerful it is for a man to do it and be able to get successful at it, I worked as I worked at the DC Improv for about a year, and I got to meet Paul Mooney, which was interesting and fantastic, and also kind of annoying. And then I did meet God, the skinny dude. He's oh shit, bushy hair. He speaks very Dick Gregory.
Okay.
And
wow.
He is smaller than you think, but he's taller than you think, right?
Okay.
And Paul Moody had great stories, and Dick Gregory would just reinforce them. And they told me a great story that the way Eddie Murphy only got famous, the way he did, because the guy who got the spot in front of him couldn't read, and the guy who got the spot at SNL, because and they were walking me through, like they were talking, shooting the shit, and it was
that was the 80s.
Yeah, because SNL only had one black guy at a time, and then they were trying to hire
counted. Remember, they counted too.
And then they had the next black guy, and it was Eddie Murphy, and they were like, no more than one at a time. But they had the first guy was the Garrett Morris, right? And then he got rid of him, right? He went off to do whatever he did. And he's been around. He owned a comedy club out in Los Angeles. I think BJS could probably know about that and talk to it. But he went off, and then they were trying to hire the guys to come on to be the black guy in SNL. And the top pick was this dude who people have seen him before. He was on DC Cab. His name was Charlie Burnett. And he was funny guy. He was funny. But then they brought him on stage and they tried to get him on set, but they found out he couldn't read. And the backup people are three guys people know, and it was Eddie Murphy, and the guy from In Living Color, Keenan, and then Hollywood Shuffle, Robert Townsend, right?
Yeah.
Those were like second, third, and fourth. And
that's a hell of a second, third, and fourth.
Wow. You're not lying. And that's why they had to pick and find their own thing. And they found out Charlie Burnett could not read, and they went for second place, and they just picked basically Eddie Murphy. And then Eddie Murphy, it's not like he wouldn't have gotten famous otherwise, but he hit the right time and the right person failed. And then
affirmative action initiative.
But like Eddie Murphy, it became the Eddie Murphy show once he was on there.
Yeah. Wow.
And then it was done.
Oh, he was killing in the 80s, man. There was no black man in Hollywood making more money than him.
And then like Eddie Murphy told, like he told me this other story. Eddie Murphy and Denzel Washington had a silent rivalry nobody knew about.
How?
Because nobody knew about Denzel until like 1992. Like think about it. Eddie Murphy was famous for like 81 and
Okay.
Eddie Murphy's only like 55 years old. He's not that old.
Exactly. Yeah.
Denzel's like maybe hitting 65. And Eddie Murphy would talk shit about Denzel. Like, I used to know that nigga when he was in the clubs wearing his hat and no bitches were fucking with him. Because he's just that corny nigga in the club. And I was like, what do you mean? And somebody told me, look at Saint Elsewhere. And he was a regular ass dude. And then he got his teeth fixed, and he got Hollywood coached, and he got put on into how do you become the star. Like a lot of these people become and are created into a star. Yeah. And when you see that transition, it's like, oh my God, that makes it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
Watch.
I don't think Denzel even stays in Hollywood. He stays outside of Hollywood with his kids. He's like a regular guy. He just doesn't like the Hollywood types.
Yeah. His son's killing the game right now, man. He's putting out.
He has a place in Hollywood, but you don't see him. The thing is, you see him once every 4 years when he releases a movie or a project. He's not trying to get cheap attention. He's just trying to drop it.
Yeah. That's the equivalent. I come to work, clock in, and work, and go home.
Yep,
exactly.
Yeah. That's how he treats it.
Smart.
I don't blame him. Man, that's smart, dude.
Yeah, he comes out. He's like, "Hey, Dave Letterman. I just want to talk about my movie, The Equalizer 4, and how much I love my wife and children. And come and see the film. You know, I'm just a good guy. And let me tell you about shit. That's the way he does it, and he knows how to play the game.
Yeah, he does.
Man's a consummate professional.
Yeah, man. It's hard not to like him.
But anyway, guys, it's getting late. It's 3:00 in the morning. I gotta get up at least 8:00 to get ready for job.
I'm out of here, folks.
Any last words before I shut this thing down?
You ain't shit.
Thanks for having me up, Art.
Yeah, no problem.
Man. Hey,
Are you doing the stream, Mr. Z? After this?
In the morning, in a little bit. Y'all might see me around 8. Let's see.
Okay.
All right, you guys. Thank you for having me up, Art. I'm up.
No problem. Anybody else?
Yeah, man. Appreciate the space, man. What? Mrs. Z, 8:00? Come on, man. Everyone started at 9. Oh, but he left.
I'm not trying to save the world. I'm simply here to enjoy what's left of it.
Hey, it is what it is. Anything else, Jules? Or is that it?
Thanks for having me up, man.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Later.